Faithfully Yours by Lou Tabakow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Faithfully Yours by Lou Tabakow. If it's too impossibly difficult to track down and recapture an escaped criminal, there's a worse thing one might do. July 18th, 1949 A.D. The fugitive lay face down in the fetid undergrowth, drawing in spasmodic lungfuls of air through cracked and swollen lips. Long before, his blue workshirt had been ripped to ribbons and his exposed chest showed a spiderwork of scratches where branches and brambles had sought to restrain him in his frenzied flight. Across his back from shoulder to shoulder ran a deeper cut, around which the caked blood attested to the needle-sharp viciousness of a thorn bush a mile to the north. With each tortured breath he winced as drops of sweat ran down, following the spiderwork network and burning like acid. Incessantly he rubbed his bruised torso with mud-caked palms to dislodge the gnats and mosquitoes that clung to him, gorging shamelessly. To the east he could see the lights of Fort Mudge, where the railroad cut through on its way to Jacksonville. He had planned to ride the freight into Jacksonville, but by now they were stopping every train and searching along every foot of the railroad right-of-way. In the distance he heard the eerie keen of a train whistle and visualized the scene as it was flagged down and searched from engine to caboose. Directly before him loomed the foreboding northern boundary of the Okefenokee Swamp. Unconsciously he strained his ears, then shuddered at the night noises that issued from the noisome wilderness. A frenzied threshing, then a splash, then silence. What drama of life and death was being played out in that strange other world of perpetual shadows? In sudden panic he jerked erect and cupped his palm round his ear. Far off, muted by distance but still unmistakable, he heard the baying of bloodhounds. Then this was the end. A sob broke from his throat. What was he, an animal to be hunted down as a sport? Tears of self-pity welled to his eyes as he thought back to a party and a girl and laughter and cleanliness and the scent of magnolias like a heady wine. But that was so long ago, and now... He looked down at his sweating, lacerated body, his blistered, calloused palms, the black, broken nails, the cheap work shoes with hemp laces, the shapeless gray cotton trousers, now wet to the knees. He pulled back his shoulders and resolutely faced west toward the river, but stopped short in horror as he heard the sudden cacophony of barks, yelps, and howls of a pack of bloodhounds that senses the beginning of the end. He turned in panic. They couldn't be over half a mile away. In panic of indecision he turned first east, then west, then facing due south. He hesitated a moment to take one last look at the clear, open skies, and with a muffled prayer plunged into the brooding depths of the Okefenokee. June 13th, 427th year, Galactic Era. The building still hummed and vibrated with the dying echoes of the alarm siren as the biophysicist hurried down the corridor and without breaking stride pushed open the door to the director's office. The director shuffled the papers before him and sighed heavily. His chair creaked protestingly as he shifted his bulk and looked up. "Well?" "He got clean away," said the biophysicist. "Any fix on the direction?" "None at all, sir, and he's got at least 2 hours start. That takes in a pretty big area of space." Well, there's just a bare chance. That experimental cruiser is the fastest thing in space, and it's equipped with the latest Ethereal radar. If we get started right away, we just might—" "That's just it," interrupted the biophysicist. "That's the ship he got away in." The director jumped angrily to his feet. "How did that happen? How can I explain it to the board?" "I'm sorry, sir. He was just too—" "You're sorry?" He slumped back in his chair and drummed the desktop with his fingernails, worrying his lower lip with his teeth. He exhaled loudly and leaned forward. "Well, only one thing to do. You know the orders." The biophysicist squirmed uncomfortably. "Couldn't we send a squadron of ships out to search and—" "And what?" asked the director sarcastically. "You don't think I'd risk 1 billion credits worth of equipment on a wild goose chase like that, do you? We could use up a year's appropriation of fuel and manpower and still be unable to adequately search a sector 1/10 that size. If he just sat still, 1,000 ships couldn't find him in 1,000 years searching at finite speeds. Add to that the fact that the target is moving at ultra light speed, and the odds against locating him is multiplied by 1,000,000,000. I know, but he can't stay in space. He'll have to land somewhere sometime. True enough, but where and when? Couldn't we alert all the nearby planets? You know better than that. He could be halfway across the galaxy before an etherogram reached the nearest planet. Suppose we sent scout ships to the nearer planets and asked them to inform their neighbors in the same way. We'd soon have an expanding circle that he couldn't slip through. The director smiled wryly. Maybe, but who's going to pay for all this? By the time the circle was 1,000 light years in diameter, there would be 10,000 ships and 1,000,000 clerks working on recapturing one escaped prisoner. Another thing. I don't know offhand what he's been sentenced for, but I'll wager there are 10,000 planets on which his crime would not be a crime. Do you think we could ever extradite him from such a planet? And even if by some incredible stroke of fortune one of our agents happened to land on the right planet, in which city would he begin his search? Or suppose our quarry lands only on uninhabited planets? We can't very well alert the whole galaxy in the search for just one man. I know, but what? Interrupted the director. Any other suggestions? No. All right. He asked for it. You have the pattern, I presume. Feed it to Fido. Yes, sir, but, well, I just don't... Do you think I like it? Asked the director fiercely. In the silence that followed, they looked at each other guiltily. There's nothing else we can do, said the director. The orders are explicit. No one escapes from Hades. I know, replied the biophysicist. I'm not blaming you, only I wish someone else had my job. Well, said the director heavily, you might as well get started. He nodded his head in dismissal. As the biophysicist went out the door, the director looked down once more at the pile of papers before him. He pulled the top sheet closer and rubber-stamped across its face, "Case closed." Yes, he mused aloud, closed for us, but... He hesitated a moment, and then, sighing once more, signed his name in the space provided. August 6th, 430th year, Galactic Era. T. Ormond sat morosely at the space bar and alternately wiped his forehead with a soggy handkerchief and sipped at his frosted rainbow, careful not to disturb the vari-colored layers of liquid in the tall, narrow glass. Every now and then he nervously ran his fingers through his straight black hair, which lay damply plastered to his head. His jacket was faded and worn, and above the left pocket was emblazoned the meteor insignia of the spaceman. A dark patch on his back showed where the perspiration had seeped through. He blinked and rubbed the corner of his eye as a drop of perspiration ran down and settled there. A casual look would have classified him as a very average-looking pilot, such as could be found at the bar of any spaceport, i.e., if space pilots can ever be classified as average. Spacemen are the last true adventurers in an age where the debilitating culture of a highly mechanized civilization has pushed to the very borders of the galaxy. While most men are fearful and indecisive outside their narrow specialties, the spacemen must at all times be ready to deal with the unexpected and the unusual. The expression, steady as a spaceman's nerves, had a very real origin. A closer look at T would have revealed the error of a quick classification. He gripped his drink too tightly, and his eyes darted restlessly from side to side as though searching, yet dreading to find the object of their search. His expressive face contorted in a nervous tic each time his eyes swept by the clock hanging behind the bar. He glanced dispiritedly out the window at the perpetually cloudy sky and idly watched a rivulet of water race down the dirty pane. He loosened his collar and futilely mopped at his neck with the soggy handkerchief, then irritably flung it to the floor. "Hey, Joe," he yelled to the bartender. "What's the matter with the air conditioning? I'm burning up." "Take it easy," soothed the bartender, consulting a thermometer on the wall behind him. "It's 85 in here. That's as low as the law allows. Can't have too much difference in the temperature or all my customers pass out when they go outside. Why don't you go into town? They keep it comfortable under the dome." "Don't this planet ever cool off?" asked T. The bartender chuckled. I see you don't know much about Thumis. Sometimes it drops to 90 at night, but not too often. You ought to be here sometime when the clouds part for a minute. If you're caught outside, it's third-degree burns for sure." He glanced down at the nearly empty glass. "How about another rainbow? If you get enough of them in you, you won't notice the heat. You won't notice anything." He laughed uproariously at the hoary joke. T looked at him disgustedly and without answering bent to his drink once more. He felt someone jostle his elbow and turned sideways to allow the newcomer access to the bar. After a moment he wiped his forehead on his sleeve. The bartender placed another rainbow before him. "Hey, I didn't order that," he cried. The bartender nodded toward the next stool. "On him." T turned and saw a barrel-chested, red-haired giant holding up a drink in the immemorial bar toast. He raised his own glass gingerly, but his trembling hand caused the layers to mix, and he stared ruefully at the resultant clayey-looking mess. The redhead laughed. "Mix another one, Joe." "But—" T's face got red. "I came in here to talk to you anyway," said the giant. "You own the Starduster, don't you?" "Yeah, what about it?" "Like to get her out of hock?" "Who says she's in hock?" "Look," said the redhead, "let's not kid each other. Everybody around this port knows you blew in from Lemmy T last month and can't raise the money to pay the port charges, much less the refueling fee. And it's no secret that you're anxious to leave our fair planet." He winked conspiringly at T. "So?" The redhead glanced at the bartender, who was busy at the other end of the bar. He leaned closer and whispered, "I know where the Ellen of Troy is." "The Ellen of Troy?" "Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know about her. 8 months ago she crashed on an uninhabited planet somewhere in this sector. So far they've been unable to find her." He leaned closer. "She was carrying 4 million in Penrex crystals." "What's that to me?" The redhead looked around briefly to make sure no one was in hearing distance, then whispered softly without moving his lips, "I told you, they can't find her, but I know where she is." "You know? But how?" "Look," said the giant, frowning, "I didn't ask why you're so anxious to leave." "Well?" "I'll clear your ship and we can pick up the crystals for the salvage fee, 1 million each, and all nice and legal. And we can leave by the end of the week and be back in probably 6 months." "6 months?" T stood up. "Sorry." The redhead grabbed his arm in a ham-like palm. 1 million each in 6 months. What's wrong with that?" T jerked out of his grasp. I just can't do it." "I don't know what you're running from," persisted the redhead, "but with 1 million credits you can fight extradition for the rest of your life. This is your big chance. Can't you see that? Besides, this planet has some interesting customs." He winked at T. "I can introduce you." "I can't stay here," interrupted T. You just don't understand." "Look," cried the redhead exasperatedly, "I'm offering you a full partnership on a 2 million credit salvage deal, and you want to back out because it'll take 6 months? On top of that, you're broke and stranded, and your hangar bill gets bigger every day. If you don't take me up on this deal, you'll still be sitting here 6 months from now wondering how to get your ship out of hock, if you don't get caught first. What do you say? What have you got to lose?" What did he have to lose? T gripped the edge of the bar till his knuckles showed white. "No, I just can't do it. Why don't you get someone else? The slow tubs around this port would take years for the trip. I can see the Starduster has class." "Fastest thing in the galaxy," said T proudly. Then earnestly, "I'm sorry, you'll just have to find some other ship." "Think it over," said the redhead. "I'll wait. When you change your mind, look me up. Name's Yule Larson." He slapped T heavily on the back and swaggered toward the door. He turned and looked back. "Better go along with me. After 6 months they can auction off your ship and pay for the port charges, you know." The door swung shut behind him. T sat down again and bent his head, nursing his drink. His eyes darted nervously around the room and came to rest on the clock. A shudder ran through him and he lowered his eyes quickly. As he sipped his drink, his eyes returned to the clock continually, as though drawn there against their will. As he watched, the minute hand jerked downward and an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. The bartender turned quickly. "Anything wrong?" No, nothing." As he spoke, the minute hand moved again, and T started nervously, upsetting his drink. He sat for a moment watching the bartender mop up the spreading liquid, then abruptly got up and tossed a half-credit piece on the bar. He hurried outside, steeling himself to keep from running. He paused just outside the door. Stand still, he told himself. Mustn't run, mustn't run. No use anyway. If I only knew when. If I just could stop and rest. If I had the time. Time. That's what I need. Light years of time. But when? When? If only I could be sure. He looked up slowly at the murky canopy of clouds. If I only knew when. He looked indecisively up and down the field, then squaring his shoulders resolutely, set out for the administration building. At this hour the office was deserted except for a wispy-haired little man who sat at a desk fussing with some papers. He looked up questioningly as T came in. "Is my ship recharged and provisioned?" asked T. What's the name, please?" "T. Ormond. I own the Starduster." The clerk pulled a card from a file on the desk and studied it. "Ah, yes, the Starduster. I'd like to pay my bill and clear the Starduster for immediate departure." Very good, Mr. Ormond." He consulted the card again. "That'll be 1,411 credits," he beamed. "We included a case of Rukeyser's concentrate, compliments of the management." He handed a circular to T. "This is a list of our ports and facilities on other planets. Our accommodations are the finest, and we carry a complete line of parts." He smiled professionally. "What about my key?" asked T, pulling out his wallet. Let's see, number 37. The clerk started for a numbered board hanging on the wall. He never got there. T whipped a stun gun from inside his jacket and waved it at the clerk's back. It caught him in mid-stride, and unbalanced, he crashed heavily to the floor. T glanced briefly down as he stepped over the paralyzed form, avoiding the accusing eyes, and snatched the magnetic key off the hook. He forced himself to walk calmly across the field toward the hangar that housed the Starduster. A uniformed guard stopped him at the hangar door. "May I see your clearance, sir?" he asked politely. T hesitated for a moment. "Oh, I'm just going to get something out of my ship," he said smoothly. The clerk said it was Raj." "The clerk said, but he can't." The guard tensed. "Mind if I check, sir? Orders, you know." He bent his head slightly as he pressed a knob on his wrist radio. As his eyes turned downward, T swung the stun gun in an arc that ended on the back of the guard's head. As he leaped into the Starduster, he was sorry for a moment that he hadn't had time to recharge the gun, and hoped he hadn't struck too hard. October 11th, 433rd year, Galactic Era. T stepped out of the hangar and surveyed the twin suns. The pale binaries sat stolidly on the horizon, 40 degrees apart. Their mingled light washed down dimly on the single continent of the planet Aurora. He started as a man walked around the corner of the hangar. The man looked at T searchingly for a moment, then asked, "Anything troubling you, T?" Why no, Mr. Jenner. You just startled me, that's all." "Well, how's everything coming?" "Right on schedule. We'll be ready for the final test by the end of the week." "By the way," asked Jenner speculatively, "how come you ordered the ship stocked and provisioned for the test?" Why, I think she should be tested under exactly the same conditions as she'll encounter in actual use." "We could have done it a lot cheaper by just using ballast," said Jenner. "After this, I want to personally see any voucher for over 100 credits before it's cleared." "Yes, sir, but I just didn't want to bother you with the details." "An expenditure of over 2,000 credits isn't just detail. But let it pass. It's already done. Anyway, on the drawing board, she's the fastest thing in the galaxy." He smiled. "If she lives up to expectations, she'll make your ship look like an old freighter. We've got 4 million sunk into her so far, so she'd better check out Raj." He put his hand on T's shoulder. "You're not worried about testing her, are you? You've been jumpy lately." "Oh, no, nothing like that, Mr. Jenner. I'm just, well, I've been up all night watching them install the gyroscopes. Think I'll get some sleep." He yawned. Jenner cupped his chin in his palm and stood staring after the retreating figure. As T turned and looked back nervously, Jenner entered the hangar office. He spoke softly in the visiphone, and in a moment the screen lit up. "Is this the prison administrator?" asked Jenner. "What can I do for you?" "My name is Jenner, Consolidated Spacecraft." "Yes?" "Suppose an escaped prisoner from Hades landed on Aurora." No one escapes from Hades prison. Well, just suppose one did. I never receive information about escapees. But you're the administrator here. My job, as the title implies, is purely administrative. I merely arrange transportation for our annual shipment of prisoners to Hades and see that the records are kept straight. But whom would they contact in the event of an escape? The administrator pursed his lips in impatience. Hades has 6 billion prisoners at any given time. If one did manage to escape, they couldn't very well alert 1,000,000 planets. You mean you wouldn't do anything? As I said before, my job is purely administrative, out of my jurisdiction entirely. Each planet has its own police force and handles its internal crime in its own way. What's legal on Aurora might very well be illegal on 10,000 other planets, and vice versa. I see. Thank you. Jenner cut the connection slowly. He flicked the switch open again, hesitated, and then closed it. He walked out to where his gyro car was parked, and in a few minutes set it down on the roof of T's hotel. T was just entering the lobby as Jenner came in, and they went up to his room together. "I'll come right to the point, T," he said as soon as the door had closed. "I just talked to the local prison administrator for Hades." He looked closely at T. "What's that got to do with me?" asked T belligerently. "Wait until I finish," said Jenner curtly. "I hired you to test hop our new ship because you were the best pilot available. I'm not interested in your past, but most of the company's resources are sunk in that ship. If something goes wrong because the test pilot is disturbed or nervous, the company will be bankrupt. I'm not saying you're an escaped prisoner, but if you were, you'd have nothing to worry about." "What do you mean?" "The administrator told me he has no jurisdiction over escaped prisoners. So you see, if you had escaped, you'd have nothing to fear here. You're out of their jurisdiction." T began to laugh wildly. "Out of their jurisdiction? Out of their jurisdiction? So that's the way they put it? Out of their jurisdiction." "Stop it," said Jenner sharply. "Do you want to tell me now?" T drew in a gasping breath and sobered. "What would I have to tell you? So I'm the nervous type. So you hired me to test hop your new ship. So I'll test hop it. That's all we agreed on. What more do you want?" Jenner sighed. "Raj, T, if that's the way you want it. But I wish." The visiphone buzzed, and when T flipped the switch, the worried face of the chief mechanic sprang into focus. "Oh, there you are, Mr. Jenner. Glad I caught you before you left. We've run into trouble." "Well, out with it," barked Jenner. "What is it?" The mechanic cleared his throat nervously. "We were testing the main gyroscope when it threw a blade." "How bad is it?" asked Jenner. "Pretty bad. I'm afraid it tore up the sub-ether scope unit so bad we'll have to replace it. We can't get any on Aurora either. We'll have to send to Lennox, and that'll take close to a month." "Raj, knock off until I get there," barked Jenner. He slammed over the switch viciously. "Of all the rotten luck." "Can't you get some plant here on Aurora to hand tool one for you?" asked T. "No, that's just it," replied Jenner. "It's a special alloy. The owners of the process wouldn't give us any details on the manufacture. Anyway, even if we knew how, we couldn't duplicate it without their special machine tools." "Does that mean—" "I'm afraid so. The ship won't be ready for a month now." "A month? I can't wait a month." "You can't wait a month? We've got 4 million tied up in that ship, and you tell me you can't wait a month?" "Look, Mr. Jenner, I'll test it without the unit." "That's impossible. The ship would vibrate into 1,000,000,000 pieces as soon as it went into subspace." "No, we'll just have to wait." "I can't wait," cried T. "You'll have to get another pilot." "Just a minute. You can't walk out on your contract. If it's a matter of credits—" T shook his head. "That's not it at all. I just can't stay that long." Jenner looked at him angrily. "Well, your contract isn't up till the end of the week anyway. We'll see what we can do about a replacement then." After Jenner had left, T sat smoking in the darkness. He placed his elbow on the couch arm and cupped his chin in his palm. Then restlessly he snuffed out his cigarette and rubbed his hands together. They felt moist and clammy. He jerked nervously as a click sounded out in the hall. Only a door opening across the way. He bit the fleshy part of his middle finger and then began to worry his ring with his teeth. He lit another cigarette and dropped it into the disposal almost immediately. He got up and began to pace the room. 6 steps forward, turn, 6 steps back, turn, 6 steps forward. Or was it 5 this time? The walls seemed to be closing in, constricting. His head felt light and his tongue and palate grew dry. He tried to swallow and a feeling of nausea came over him. His throat grew tight and he felt as though he were choking. Rubbing his forehead with the back of his hand, it came away wet with perspiration. He rushed to the window and struggled futilely with it, forgetting it was sealed shut in the air-conditioned hotel. He flung himself at the door, wrenching it open, and took the escalator 3 steps at a time, falling to his knees at the ground floor. A surface cab was sitting outside just beyond the entrance. He flung himself in, breathing heavily, and fumbled to drop a coin in the slot, pulled the control lever all the way over. 20 minutes later the Starduster hovered for a moment over Aurora, then shimmered and vanished as it went into subspace. October 2nd, 435th year, Galactic Era. The Starduster materialized just outside the atmosphere of the planet Elysia and fluttered erratically downward like a wounded bird. 100 feet from the surface the ship hesitated, shuddered throughout her length, then dropped like a plummet, crashing heavily into a grove of trees. For T there was a long period of blessed darkness, of peace, of non-remembering. Then his mind clawed upward towards consciousness. The fear and uncertainty were with him again, nagging, nibbling, gnawing at his reason. He fought to close his mind and drift back down into the darkness of peace and forgetting, but contrarily the past marched in review before his consciousness. The twin worlds of Thol revolving about each other as he fled down the shallow ravine before the creeping wall of lava, while the ancient mountain grunted and belched and coughed up its insides. The terrible pull of the uncharted black star as it tugged at the feeble Starduster. The enervating heat and humidity of perpetually cloudy Thymus. Pyramids of gleaming Penrex crystals piled high as mountains, and Yule Larson towering above the landscape, draining gargantuan rainbows at a single gulp, striding like Paul Bunyan across the land in mile-long strides and kicking over the pyramids of crystals, laughing uproariously at the sport. And Jenner, grinning idiotically, pointing a thick finger at him and repeating over and over, "Out of their jurisdiction. Nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. Stop it! Stop it!" cried T, and a brilliant burst of light like 1,000 skyrockets seemed to go off in his head. He shrieked like an animal in agony, then fell back sobbing, bathed in perspiration. Something cool touched his forehead and he pulled away violently. Then, as his head cleared, he opened his eyes slowly. A blur of shadows and light shimmering indistinctly. Then suddenly, like the picture on a visiphone, the blurs coalesced and formed a clear image, and everything was normal again. The fear still hovering close, but pushed back for the time being. A girl stood before him, smiling rather uncertainly. The sweetness and cleanliness of that smile after his recent ordeal washed over his tortured mind like a cooling astringent, and he smiled gratefully up at her. She put a cool palm on his forehead, and as she started to withdraw it, he clutched it in an emaciated fist and mumbled indistinctly through cracked, dry lips. She smiled down at him and smoothed back his damp hair. She pulled up a chair beside the bed and continued to stroke his hair until his eyes closed in sleep. He awoke ravenous and thirsty, but lay quietly for a time, luxuriating in the feel of the clean, soft sheets. He was in a simply but tastefully decorated room. 3 of the walls were made of transparent glass, and the warm golden rays of a Type G sun bathed the room. Outside he could see rolling meadowland, broken here and there by sylvan groves. A brilliantly colored bird swooped down and preened itself for a moment, then raised its head and flooded the silence with melody. Faintly from a grove of trees came an answering treble. The songbird cocked its head to the side, listening, then swooped upwards on wings of flashing color. A small squirrel-like creature bounded nervously up to the transparent wall and sat on its haunches, surveying the room with bright, beady eyes. As T's ears attuned themselves, he was suddenly aware of chirpings, trebles, clear-pitched whistles, and from somewhere in the depths of the grove a deep-pitched garumph, garumph. A chubby little man with a round face and alert, twinkling eyes entered the room. He seemed to radiate happiness and contentment. "Well, I see the patient's finally come around," he said cheerfully. "What happened?" asked T. Your ship crashed just beyond that grove." T clutched at him. "The ship? How bad is it?" "I think you were in worse shape than your ship. You must have had it under control almost to the end, though how you stayed conscious with space fever is beyond me." Space fever. So that's it. I remember getting sick and lightheaded, and just before I passed out I flipped out of subspace and the automatic finder, of course, took the ship to the nearest planet. I must have landed by reflex action. I sure don't remember anything about it." "Well," the man laughed, "I have seen better landings, but not when the pilot had a temperature of 105. Anyway, you're safe now. Welcome to Elysia." There it was again. Safe. Safe. T raised up, then fell back weakly. "Is anything wrong?" asked the little man, alarmed. "Nothing. I just nothing." The man was looking at him questioningly. "Elysia," mused T. "I seem to remember an old myth brought from the original Earth." He waved towards the sylvan setting outside. The little man smiled. "Yes, the old settlers named our planet well." He caught himself. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dr. Chensi. This is my home." T smiled. "Well, at least you'll have to admit I showed good judgment crashing next to a doctor's house." Then, more seriously, "Thanks, Doc. Thanks for everything." "My degrees aren't in medicine," replied Dr. Chensi. "I'm afraid I had little to do with your recovery. My daughter's the one who nursed you. Oh, here she is now." He raised his voice. "Come in, Laura." Since Dr. Chensi was using the only chair, she sat down on the edge of the bed. "Here," said the doctor teasingly, "what kind of nurse are you, mussing up your patient's bed?" She pouted prettily. "He's my patient." Then, looking down at T with a smile, "You'll be up and around in no time now." "Time!" cried T, raising up. "What's the date? I've got to know." "You've been delirious for 2 weeks," answered the doctor. "Another 2 weeks of convalescence and you ought to be as good as new." "But 2 weeks, I can't." "Can't leave before then anyway," replied the doctor calmly. "I knew you'd want your ship repaired, so I had it hauled to the port. Won't be ready for 2 more weeks, so you might as well relax." T bit his lip and clenched his fists to keep from trembling. It was a moment before he could trust himself to speak without a quaver in his voice. "Nothing else I can do, I guess. Thanks anyway. And by the way, there's enough credits in the ship's safe to pay for the repairs, I'm sure." "I think we should start the patient walking tomorrow," said Laura in a mock professional voice. She punched the ends of T's pillow. "Now you'd better get some sleep. You're still very weak, you know." The days that followed were like an idyll for T. With Laura he wandered through the park-like wooded groves. They sat near shaded pools and ate wild berries while she told him stories of the founding of Elysia. They held hands and ran exuberantly across the grassy meadows and waded like children in the clear brooks. 1,000 times a word, an endearing term sprang to his lips, and each time the fear clamped his tongue in a vise of steel. 1,000 times he wanted to touch her, feel the silkiness of her hair, the warmth of her lips, but each time the fear and uncertainty stood between them like twin specters of doom, pointing and saying, "Fool! Why torture yourself?" In the daytime when Laura was with him it wasn't so bad, but at night the fear and uncertainty crowded to the fore and blanked out everything else. It was then he prayed for the courage to kill himself, and despised the weakness that made him draw back from the thought. If only he could stop thinking, make his mind a blank. But that was death, and death was what he feared. How long ago was it when he'd first realized that hope was an illusion, a false god that smiled and lied and held out vain promises only to prolong the torture? Then one day the word came that his ship was repaired. As though the word were a catalyst, the terrible fear overwhelmed him, drowning out every other thought, and he knew he had to leave. When he had no means of leaving the planet, he could partially close off his dread and wait resignedly. But now that ship was ready. Every moment he remained was an agony. He led Laura to their favorite spot by a quiet pool. She looked radiant and smiled to herself as though at a secret. He steeled himself and finally blurted out, "Laura, I'm leaving tomorrow." He hesitated and bit his lip. "And thanks for everything." "Thanks?" She choked on the words. "I'm sorry." He trailed off lamely. But I thought." She looked down. He reached out and gently touched her cheek. "Can't you see I want to stay?" he pleaded. "Then why? Why?" She was crying now. I, I just can't. It's no good." He stood up. She reached out and caught his hand. "Then take me with you. I've heard you at night pacing in your room. I don't know what it is that drives you on and on, but if space is what you want, let me go with you. I can help you, darling. You'll see. And someday, when you grow tired of space, we can come back to Elysia." She was babbling now. He pulled roughly away. "No, it's no good. If only I could stay." He brushed her hair softly with his palm, and as she reached out toward him, he turned and walked swiftly towards the house, pitying and hating himself by turn, while Laura sat forlornly by the pool looking after him. He began to sweat before he reached the house, and his knees began to tremble, so he had to stop for a moment to keep his balance. Determinedly he started forward again and continued on past the house to the highway that wound by half a kilometer away. There he hailed a passing ground car and rode to the spaceport, where a few judiciously distributed credits facilitated his immediate clearance. Before the ship had even left the atmosphere, he rammed in the subspace control. May 4th, 437th year, Galactic Era. Tantalus lay far out on a spiral arm, well away from the mainstream of traffic that flowed through the galaxy. It was a fair planet, boasting an equitable climate, at least in the tropic zone. But as yet the population was small, consisting mostly of administrative officials who served their allotted time and thankfully returned to their home planets closer to the center of population. T entered the towering building, and after consulting a wall directory, stepped into the anti-grav chute and was whisked high up into the heart of the building. He stepped out before a plain door, and as he advanced, the center panel fluoresced briefly with the printed legend, "Galactic Prison Authority, Ari Mefford, Administrator for Tantalus." He hesitated for a moment, then squaring his shoulders, stepped forward, and as he crossed the beam, the door swung open before him. The gray-haired man sitting at the desk studying a paper looked up and smiled politely. He indicated a chair with a nod, then bent his head again. After a moment he shoved the paper aside and looked questioningly at T. "I want to give myself up," blurted T. "I'm the administrator for Hades," said the man calmly. "I think you want the local authorities." "You don't understand. I escaped from Hades." "No one escapes from Hades," replied the administrator. "I escaped," insisted T, "10 years ago. You can check. I'm tired of running. I want to go back." "This is most unusual," said the administrator in a disturbed voice. He looked unbelievingly at T. "10 years ago, you say?" Yes, and I'm ready to go back before it's too late. Can't you understand?" The administrator shook his head pityingly. "It's already too late. I'm sorry." He bent his head guiltily and began to fumble with the papers on his desk. T started to say something, but the administrator raised his head and said slowly, "It was too late the day you left Hades. Nothing I can do." He looked down again. T turned and slowly walked out the door. The administrator didn't look up. As T walked aimlessly down the deserted corridor, his footsteps echoed hollowly like a dirge. A line from an old poem sprang to his mind. "We are the dead, row on row we lie." He was the dead, but still he chased the chimera of hope, yet knowing in his heart it was hopeless. June 11th, 437th year, Galactic Era. The Starduster, pocked and pitted from innumerable collisions with dust particles, sped out and out. The close-packed suns of the central hub lay far behind. Here at the rim of the galaxy the stars lay scattered, separated by vast distances. A gaunt, hollow-eyed figure sat in the observation bubble, staring half hopefully, half despairingly at the unimaginable depths beyond the rim. June 12th, 437th year, Galactic Era. On and on past the thinning stars raced the patient electronic bloodhound. Invisible, irreversible, indestructible, slowly but inexorably accelerating, it flashed by the planet Damocles at multiples of the speed of light, and sensing the proximity of the prey on which it was homed, spurted into the intergalactic depths after the receding ship, intent on meshing with and thereby distorting the encephalograph pattern of its target. It was quite mindless, and the final pattern its meshing would create would be something quite strange and not very human. End of Faithfully Yours by Lou Tabakow.
The Golden Judge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hollis Hanover. The Golden Judge by Nathaniel Gordon. United Nations, New York, June 16, 1981, AP. In one of the most impressive ceremonies ever held in the United Nations building, the world celebrated today the 25th anniversary of the discovery of the Golden Judge. General Terence P. O'Reilly, USA retired, the man responsible for the discovery, was the principal guest of honor. Obviously moved by the acclaim from virtually every member nation, General O'Reilly made a brief speech recapturing for a moment the accidental circumstances of 25 years ago that so drastically reduced world tensions. It was stifling hot in Jerusalem in the afternoon of June 16, 1956, and Major General Terence Patrick O'Reilly, United States Army, was rather more bored than usual. His Army career had gone well, 2 stars already at 45, until the mysterious workings of the Pentagon had given him perhaps the most frustrating posting a soldier could have. He was chairman of the mixed United Nations Armistice Commission, trying to keep the uneasy peace between Israel and her Arab neighbors. For months he had presided over unending investigations of border incidents, some petty, some not so petty. He had signed reports reprimanding and recommending and approving, but nothing ever came of them, and he no longer expected anything ever would. Today's hearing was different and not strictly in his field, but because he was an engineer, and because both Arabs and Israelis trusted him, he had agreed to listen to their opposing arguments on using the waters of the River Jordan. Too many years ago, the United States had offered to provide most of the funds for a little TVA on the river, benefiting both Israel and Jordan alike. At first, both had refused outright to have anything to do with the other. But over the years, skillful negotiating by Eric Johnston, the American president's personal envoy, had brought Israel and Jordan closer and closer together, until now they agreed on the disposal of 90% of the water. But farther than this they would not go. For months, years, they balked on the remaining 10%, and the dams remained only blueprints. Terence O'Reilly was sick unto death of the arguments, and thought everyone else was too. He had heard them over and over. He knew them by heart. He knew they were evenly balanced, with justice on both sides. He knew both nations longed for a settlement, but he knew neither would back down for reasons of face. Worst of all, he knew that any decision of his was meaningless. It was purely advisory, and he knew all too well what advisory opinions counted for out here. Yet he tried to look interested as the delegates from Jordan wearily produced an argument that every man in the conference room could recite word for word. In a brief lull, General O'Reilly groaned, "Why don't they toss a coin for it?" It was not as sotto voce as he meant. The Arab delegates stared at him. "I beg your pardon?" Flushing, General O'Reilly apologized, but the Arab was already talking excitedly to his fellow delegates. Puzzled, O'Reilly heard a confused babble of Arabic, then sudden silence. The Arab delegate had a glint in his eye as he asked for the floor. "In the name of my country," he said proudly, "we agree." The word agree had not been heard in this chamber for many months, and General O'Reilly wondered if he had heard aright. "Agree?" He stared. "Agree to what?" "To toss a coin for it, as the chairman has proposed," the Arab said. That is, if the Israeli delegation has the courage, the sportsmanship to agree." He looked tauntingly to his rivals across the room. The Israeli leader sprang to his feet, indignant. "I protest, Mr. Chairman, to this frivolous treatment of a serious matter which will affect the future of, He fell silent, aware of the contemptuous smiles on the faces of the Arabs. General O'Reilly kept his countenance. He said mildly, "Of course, if you are not willing to risk the luck of—" "We are afraid of nothing, sir," the Israeli snapped. "We are as sporting as anyone else, but—" One of his fellow delegates whispered something to him. Then the whole Israeli delegation talked in low voices. Finally the leader rose again. "Will you permit me to telephone my minister?" Gravely the general recessed the meeting for 30 minutes. In his own room he stared at himself in the mirror, still dazed. "My God," he breathed. "They can't be taking it seriously." But why not? If the arguments were so evenly balanced that not even Solomon could have chosen, if they really wanted a settlement, if they could never get in without losing face, why, what better method than to trust it to the fall of a coin? Still, things just didn't happen that way. When the 30-minute recess ended, the Israeli delegate arose. He glared across the room and announced defiantly, "My government also agrees. Let the coin decide." The conference room broke into clamor, but General O'Reilly had long since learned the value of prudence in Jerusalem. "The chairman agrees," he said judicially, "that in the circumstances this is perhaps an excellent solution, perhaps the only solution. But this has been, to say the least, somewhat impulsive. Let me suggest both sides return to their governments and consider this well. Then, if you are both still willing, let us meet here 1 week from today, in this room, and the coin will decide." He had expected second thoughts, and he was not disappointed. Extremists on both sides of the Jordan screamed with indignation. Yet, oddly, most people seemed strangely excited, even pleased by the sporting proposition. They began to lay bets on the outcome. And both governments held firm. Probably, the general speculated, because they both wanted a solution, and there was no other solution in sight. Also, each hated to be the first to back down from a fair bet. It became a matter of honor. On the weekend, General O'Reilly flew to Cairo to meet some friends passing through on a world tour. Like all tourists, they went to the Muski, Cairo's great bazaar, and it was there, in the street of the goldsmiths, that the general got his idea. It cost him a chunk of money, out of his own pocket, but like most Irishmen, he was a sporting man himself. "After all," he grinned to himself, "I started the whole business, and I might as well do it up in style." He had decided that no ordinary coin would do for such an historic occasion. So he had a goldsmith make him a heavy, solid gold medallion, almost twice as big as a $20 gold piece. He was not very much pleased with the design he sketched out hastily, but on the spur of the moment he could think of nothing better. The heads side of the great coin bore a front view of the blind goddess of justice with her scales. The tails side had a rear view of the same lady. It was rather crudely done, but time was short. "It'll have to do," the general chuckled, as the plane bore him back to Jerusalem. When the appointed day came, the United Nations conference room in Jerusalem was jammed with Israeli and Arab officials, and with a pack of correspondents who had magically appeared. General O'Reilly had decided against asking each side to put its agreement into writing. A true gentleman's agreement shouldn't be written, he concluded. He merely asked the leaders for each side if they agreed to abide by the fall of the coin. Solemnly, both assented. Courteously, the Israelis had allowed the Arabs to call while the coin was still in the air. There was silence as General O'Reilly flipped it high up toward the ceiling. "Tails!" cried the Arab leader. The spinning coin glittered, falling onto the green baize table. The general looked at it. The goddess had her back turned. "It is tails!" he announced, and the Arab delegation broke into happy shouts. And astonishingly, that was that. The leading Tel Aviv newspaper summed up Israeli feeling when it wrote in an editorial, "Certainly there were many heavy hearts in our country when the coin fell against us. But let us show the world that we are true sportsmen. We risked, and we lost. Let this be the end of it." Work began on the dams at last, without interference or protest. Not a word was ever written on paper, but it was the only agreement between the two countries that was scrupulously kept by both sides. It was, of course, a wonderful story. The name of Terence O'Reilly swam suddenly into the headlines, and his wife began keeping a scrapbook of all the clippings. One among them was destined to be more potent in world affairs than all the rest. It was a profile of General O'Reilly, published in a great American magazine, and was notable for two things. To begin with, it was the author of this profile who first gave the coin the name by which it soon became so famous, the Golden Judge. But it also contained a casual, seemingly insignificant remark by General O'Reilly. When the interviewer had asked how he happened to think of the coin-tossing idea, the general had grinned. "Why not?" he said. "Aren't the Irish the gamblingest people on earth?" And it was this innocent sentence, hardly noticed at the time, that started the Golden Judge on its fantastic career and kept it from being a mere 9-day wonder. For a Chinese communist diplomat in Bern, Switzerland, happened to see it, and one night at a dinner party he said mockingly, "This stupid American general in Jerusalem is obviously ignorant of the world. Otherwise he would recognize that no nation on earth loves gambling so much as the Chinese. Anyone who knows the Orient will tell you this." This made good cocktail party talk, a thing desperately needed in Bern, and eventually reached the ears of an Associated Press correspondent. He filed a paragraph on it for a box story, and in the inevitable way of the press, a reporter in Jerusalem asked General O'Reilly for his comment. "Well," he said, "I've heard the Chinese are great gamblers indeed, although whether more so than the Irish I beg leave to doubt." Then his eyes twinkled. "Why don't they prove it? Why don't they toss a coin? Say, for Quemoy and Matsu. The dang little places aren't worth a nickel to either side, and well they both know it. But they'll neither of them back down a hair for losing face. I say, if they think they're the greatest gamblers on earth, let 'em prove it." This sped into print, causing a worldwide stir, and brought General O'Reilly a sizzling reprimand from the Department of the Army. He was not, repeat, not, to express opinions about the value of Allied territory. He read the reprimand ruefully, reminded himself that another great Irish failing was too much talk, and said goodbye to any hopes for a third star. But this was before the black headlines from Formosa. With popping eyes, General O'Reilly read that the Chinese nationalist foreign minister had taken up the challenge. He offered to toss a coin with the Chinese communists for Quemoy and Matsu. "I'll be jiggered," the general breathed. "They'll fight about everything else, but damned if they'll admit the Irish are bigger gamblers than the Chinese. Now let's see what the commies say." Peking was silent for 2 weeks. Then, in a broadcast from Radio Peking, Zhou Enlai made his reply. He agreed, but with conditions. He insisted on a neutral commission to supervise the toss, half communist members, half non-communist. World observers, weary of neutral commissions that never achieved anything, interpreted this as a delaying tactic and agreed the whole thing would fall through. "This is further proof," the nationalist foreign minister commented with icy scorn, "that the communists are no longer real Chinese. for any Chinese worthy of the name would not be afraid to risk the fall of the coin. But Marx had not quite liquidated the gambling fever that runs strong in the blood of any Chinese, be he ever so communist. Stung, Zhou Enlai retorted, "We agree. Let the coin decide." It was agreed that Prime Minister Nehru of India, as a neutral, should supervise the matter, and that New Delhi would be the scene of the actual tossing. And Nehru thought it fitting to invite General O'Reilly, as the father of the whole thing, to bring the same golden judge to India to be used again. The general came gladly, but declined to make the toss himself. "My country is too closely involved in this matter," he explained, "and there might be talk if an American made the toss." He suggested Nehru himself do it, and the Prime Minister agreed. The actual tossing was done in the great governmental palace. Communist China won. Chiang Kai-shek's delegate bowed impassively and said coolly that his government yielded without question to the goddess of chance. That night, the Indian Prime Minister was host to a glittering official banquet to celebrate the ending of the offshore island crisis. "And we must lift our glasses," he said eloquently after dinner, "to the man who discovered this eminently sane method of settling quarrels. A method so sensible, so fair, that it is difficult to believe that in all the world's long search for peace, it has not been discovered before. I give you General O'Reilly." The general rose to loud applause. He expressed his thanks modestly, and disclaimed any merit except that of pure luck. Then he held up the golden judge itself, with a gleam in his eye. "I hope," he said, "that this coin will still have more work to do. Surely there are still disputed places in the world where justice lies on both sides, where only face-saving prevents a settlement. And surely it is better to resort to this coin than to force and war and bitter arguments that drag on year after year." "Hear, hear!" Nehru cried, leading the applause. General O'Reilly stood smiling until it died away. "Places like Kashmir," he said clearly. There was a gasp of laughter, quickly hushed. Nehru's face was pale with anger. He was famous for his temper, and everyone knew how India and Pakistan had quarreled for years over Kashmir, and that all the efforts of the United Nations had come to nothing so far. "I was delighted to hear Prime Minister Nehru say," General O'Reilly went on calmly, "how much he approved this method of settling old disputes, and I should be very glad to help with this." Smiling, he tossed the golden judge in the air and caught it again. Nehru could keep silent no longer. Like a skilled Oriental debater, he struck back indirectly. "We thank General O'Reilly," he said acidly, "for his kind offer. But perhaps it should be first used by his own people, the Irish, of whose gambling prowess he is so proud. Surely no bitterness has lasted longer than that between the Republic of Ireland and the 6 lost counties of Northern Ireland. Let the Irish use the golden judge themselves before they counsel it for others." But General O'Reilly was unruffled. "I'm an American myself," he said, smiling, "although proud indeed of my Irish blood. And the Irish will have to speak for themselves, although I venture to say you'll find them a sporting people indeed. But that's not quite the point, is it? 'Twas you yourself, sir, who praised the golden judge so highly, and you've seen today what fine sportsmen the Chinese are. The point is, are the Indians a sporting people?" "Of course we're a sporting people." Nehru glared. "Then I take it you'd be willing, assuming Pakistan agrees, of course. But I'm told they're a very sporting people also." The general tossed the coin again absent-mindedly. "All right," Nehru grated. "If they agree, so do we." It took a month before Pakistan could agree and all of the arrangements be made for the toss on Kashmir. But in that month, the world had other things to think about. Chiang Kai-shek accepted his gambling loss without a murmur and removed his troops from Quemoy and Matsu, the American 7th Fleet helping, the Communists not interfering. All civilians on the islands who wished to go to Formosa were taken there. Washington said little officially, but in the corridors of the Pentagon, Congress, and the White House, the sighs of relief reached gale force. General O'Reilly received a confidential and personal message from the Army Chief of Staff that made him pink with pleasure. "May get that third star after all," he told his wife that night, "and not too long to wait, maybe." But above all, the month was filled with clamor from Ireland. Her Majesty's government in Whitehall had immediately issued a communiqué which took a glacial view of the puerile proposal to toss for Northern Ireland. It was the timing of this communiqué, rather than its contents, that proved a tactical error. It had come too quickly, and Irishmen, both North and South, resented it. As a Belfast newspaper wrote tartly, "Irishmen on both sides of the line are quite able to decide such matters for themselves without the motherly interference of London." Dublin agreed in principle to toss, but the wrangling over conditions and exceptions boiled up into the greatest inter-Irish quarreling of 20 years. It was still raging when General O'Reilly flew into the Vale of Kashmir with a broad smile and the golden judge. Again the great coin glittered high in the air, while none other than Nehru himself called out tensely, "Heads!" It fell tails. "So be it," Nehru said calmly, shaking hands with the Governor-General of Pakistan. "Well, General," Nehru said, turning to O'Reilly with a smile, "are you satisfied now? I think we've proved we're a sporting people. So have the Chinese, and the Jews, and the Arabs. But what about your own folk, the Irish? From what I read, their sporting qualities seem to be highly overrated. I'd say they'd never gamble but on a sure thing." The General's face went red at the insult, and so, a day later, did the collective face of all Irishmen North and South. For a while there was aghast silence from the Emerald Isle, a silence sullen and embarrassed, and then a great rumbling roar of indignation. "Mr. Speaker," cried a member of the Dáil in Dublin, "are the Irish people, who honor great gamblers only a little less than great poets, to be outdone by dark-skinned heathen? Mr. Speaker, I say no!" The following morning the government of Eire formally offered to toss for the 6 lost counties, and, if the coin fell contrary, to say no more about them forever. Belfast agreed that same afternoon, and the whole island went wild with excitement. Hardly any Irishman failed to place some kind of side bet on the outcome, and stakes were laid that day that would be spoken of with prideful awe for generations to come. The remark of a Limerick drayman was widely quoted. "There's not a man of us here," he commented in the course of a game of darts at the Sword and Shamrock, "but would toss a coin for his grandmother's head, and well ye know it. So after all the blatherin' and yowrin', why not have a go for the 6 counties, and let the coin decide it now and forever, once and for all, win or lose?" The British government surrendered with grace, and offered to play host to the toss in London as a neutral place. They soon learned, with burning ears, that the last place on earth any Irishman considered neutral was London. As a matter of course, General O'Reilly was invited to preside, using the golden judge. Like most Irishmen in America, he had long sung of and sighed for the old sod, while carefully avoiding going there, even for a visit. He now realized his error. He was received as one of Ireland's most glorious sons. he was set upon by thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, of proud O'Reillys. There were O'Reillys from the bogs and O'Reillys from the great houses, O'Reillys in top hats and O'Reillys in tam o' shanter. He was assured, and came near believing it, that in both looks and wisdom he was the spitting image of the great O'Reilly, one of the many last rightful kings of Ireland. A minstrel composed a lay about him, the Golden Judge of Ireland. He was smothered in shamrock, and could have swum in the gifts of potheen. Secretly he much preferred Scotch whisky to Irish, but the swarming O'Reillys made the disposal of the potheen no very great problem. The actual toss took place in a small railroad station, hastily cleaned up on the railway line between Dublin and Belfast. Impartial surveyors had certified it as being exactly astraddle the frontier. Amid a death-like hush, with a high sense of history in his heart, General O'Reilly flipped the Golden Judge high in the air. Ire won. The 6 counties were no longer lost, and there was little enough work done in Ireland for a fortnight. Ire instantly and magnanimously granted to her new North all the points that had been fought over so bitterly for so many years. For the Northerners, to their surprise, life went on exactly as before, except for the different postage stamps and a changed heading on their income tax returns, which were considerably lower. For the first time in many years, there were no brickbats thrown if a man felt the need, on a summer night, to sing God Save the Queen. General O'Reilly flew away from Ireland with a mist in his eyes and a great glow in his heart. In a shaven second he had achieved the thing for which long and gallant generations of early O'Reillys had fought bloodily and in vain. For a fleeting moment he wondered if his nervous right hand that day had shown any subconscious partisanship, but rejected the thing as impossible. If the toss for the 6 counties was, in a way, the crowning peak of General O'Reilly's career, it was by no means the end of it. Both he and his coin were fast becoming settled tradition. He continued his normal military career, but with the tacit understanding he would have a few days' leave of absence whenever the Golden Judge was needed. He took it to Stockholm for the toss that settled the old and bitter fishing controversy between Britain and Iceland. Britain won. He took it to Cairo, where Britain and Greece tossed for Cyprus. Greece won, and at once offered Britain all the bases she wanted there, and granted special extraterritorial status to all British colonels, knights' widows, and former governors of the Punjab living in retirement on the island. He got his 3rd star just before he flew down to Rio de Janeiro for the toss that finally settled the nagging quarrel between Britain and Argentina as to who owned the Falkland Islands. Britain won. He took it to The Hague in Holland for the toss about the Saar. The Saar had remained a European sore point despite a series of Franco-German settlements which never seemed to settle anything. Germany won the toss, and immediately, of her own free will, granted the French equal commercial rights. The Saar toss had 2 odd results. The first was purely personal for General O'Reilly, but he never forgot it. One day, driving through The Hague, his official car passed a huge, dignified building, which his chauffeur explained was the World Court. With a strange feeling, the general noticed a solemn old man in black, staring bleakly out the window. He realized suddenly it was probably a judge, and that the golden coin in his pocket had turned this costly mechanism into an anachronism. Nobody used the World Court any more now. The other result of the Saar toss was, from the viewpoint of world jurisprudence, far more important. It transformed the Golden Judge from a mere tradition into an established legal institution in this manner. France and Germany had been unable to agree whether the Saar was really tossable, a term that soon entered dictionaries. and had appealed to the United Nations to decide. A temporary or ad hoc United Nations Commission had been named to settle this point and, after due deliberation, had pronounced the SAR tossable. Technically, this SAR Commission should have then dissolved itself. Instead, in the way of parliamentary institutions, it lingered on and soon became the accepted body to decide on tossability. And illogically, it was forever afterward still called the SAR Commission. Whenever, anywhere in the world, some international dispute reached stalemate, it became commonplace for some delegate to rise and say, "Mr. Chairman, I move the question be referred to the SAR Commission." In due course, the SAR Commission would then give its solemn judgment as to whether or not the dispute should be put to the arbitrament of the Golden Judge. If so, General O'Reilly would board a plane and be off. Once the SAR Commission had its say, no nation ever dared refuse to put a dispute to the hazard of the coin. Whereas nations yawned at being called warmongers, or imperialists, or aggressors, or international bandits, none could stand being called bad sportsmen or poor losers. So many nations had accepted the verdict of the Golden Judge that it became increasingly more difficult, not to say impossible, for a given nation to admit it was less sporting than the others. However, not all disputes were held tossable, to the disappointment of some people who had too quickly believed the Golden Judge would bring immediate utopia, the end of all quarreling forever. Gradually, the SAR Commission involved certain criteria. A dispute was not tossable if it might give great populations and great nations over into systems of government they abhorred. It was tossable only if the population involved had no very great bias one way or the other. A tossable dispute was one in which justice lay on both sides, evenly balanced. Tossing was clearly indicated where both sides ardently wished a settlement, but where neither side was willing to cede an inch for fear of losing face. Thus, the SAR Commission pronounced untossable the proposal by the Soviet Union to have the Golden Judge decide whether or not America should abandon all her overseas bases. It also turned down the suggestion of an American senator that Russia and the United States should toss for Soviet withdrawal from all Eastern Europe. It denied the appeal of an idealistic Dane who wanted a toss to decide whether Germany should be all communist or all Western. It likewise rejected a Swiss proposal that Chiang Kai-shek and Zhou Enlai should toss again, this time for Formosa itself. In passing, it is of interest to note that only once did Soviet Russia agree to talk. It was in the matter of her old dispute with Persia over caviar fishing rights in the Caspian Sea. Persia won, but, to the consternation of the world, Russia refused to abide by the outcome. It was the first and only time that the decision of the Golden Judge was not obeyed, and it had startling repercussions. All over the world, fellow travelers abandoned the Soviet cause. They had been able to find some excuses, however tortuous, for Russian purges, forced confessions, concentration camps, and aggressions, but they turned away, shocked and saddened, from a nation that openly welched on a bet. There were strong reactions within Russia itself, although the convulsions were largely screened from Western eyes. However, an unprecedented number of Russians fled across the Iron Curtain, seeking asylum in the West. They said gloomily they could no longer support a regime that reneged on its fair gambling losses, and protested fiercely this was not the true soul of Russia. In a gallant effort to recoup face for Russian sportsmanship, many of those refugees grimly began playing almost non-stop games of Russian roulette, which gives the player a 5-to-1 chance of living. Some extreme chauvinists proudly reduced the odds to 3-to-1 by inserting 2 bullets, and a former Red Army major named Tolbunin even used 3. His tour de force was widely admired, although not repeated, and Tolbunin himself was given a magnificent funeral. Yet, except for the Caspian caviar toss, the Golden Judge was obeyed as unquestioningly as the voice from Sinai, and perhaps more so. And if it could be used only in what some called minor disputes, it was surprising to see, once these were settled, how really few major ones remained. It is impossible here, of course, to list more than a few of General O'Reilly's tosses, but he flew to nearly every spot on earth, a beloved world figure. He flew to Ethiopia, and caught malaria there, to settle an old quarrel between that country and the Sudan over a 1 square mile Sudanese enclave called Gambela, well inside Ethiopia. A relic of the times when Britain controlled the Sudan, Gambela had long been a thorn in the side of the conquering Lion of Judah. Although the Negus lost, he accepted the verdict as uncomplainingly as earlier disputants, some 3,000 years before, had once accepted the awards of his putative ancestor, King Solomon. General O'Reilly ended a tiny but poisonous quarrel of many years' standing as to whether British Honduras should become part of the Republic of Honduras. Britain won. In an epic tour in 1973 that left the world gasping with admiration, General O'Reilly spread lasting balm on many sores in the Middle East. The Golden Judge settled, in favor of Pakistan, her friction with Afghanistan over the long-disputed Pathan territory. Saudi Arabia won from Britain 2 small and completely worthless oases on the undefined border between Saudi Arabia and Trucial Oman. These cases had, over the years, produced many hot and vain notes and desultory shooting, but the Lord of Saudi Arabia was subsequently much disappointed that they never produced oil. He was further dismayed when the Golden Judge awarded to Iraq a neutral zone between the 2 countries on which they had never been able to agree, and this zone did, in fact, produce tremendous amounts of oil. However, he complained only to Allah. Syria and Turkey resorted to the toss to decide about the Sanjak of Alexandretta, Iskenderun, which Turkey had been given by France back in the 30s when France ran Syria. Turkey won. Damascus sighed, but smiled, and reopened diplomatic relations with Ankara that had been severed for more than 20 years. But on a golden January day in 1975, in Malaga, Spain, General O'Reilly's aide-de-camp noticed that his chief seemed strangely preoccupied. The occasion was a toss between Sweden and Finland as to the possession of 4 large rocks lying in the sea at the head of the Gulf of Bothnia, just off the Finno-Swedish frontier. These rocks, just south of the Arctic Circle, contained no population other than seagulls, but had been warmly claimed by both nations for years. And since the weather in Scandinavia in January is miserable, the Finns and Swedes had sagely decided to hold the toss in Malaga, which was as far south as they could go and still be in Europe. In public, General O'Reilly was himself, charming, dependable, cheerful. He carried out the toss as gracefully as he had all the others, and he made a winning speech at the banquet given by the Finns that night to celebrate their acquisition of the 4 subarctic rocks. But the ADC was not deluded, and later, on the flight back to Washington, he observed that General O'Reilly was unusually abstracted and pensive, lost in thought. But since a major does not ask a lieutenant general about such matters, he kept silent. The fact was that the general had now reached 65, and in the American Army, 65 is retirement age. As the ocean fled away under the racing plane, he was remembering a scene the week before in the office of the Army Chief of Staff. "It's up to you, Terry," the Chief of Staff had said. "You know perfectly well that the President is willing, even eager, to keep you on past the retirement age. You're a big man in the world now. You can stay on the active list as long as you want. If necessary, he'll ask a special law, and there won't be one vote against it." Then the general remembered his wife. "You've done enough, darling. It's time we had a real, permanent home for once in our lives. That garden for me, those Aberdeen Angus for you. Remember? You've traveled too much. You've never really gotten over that malaria. Darling, you need a rest. You've earned it." The general gazed out the plane window, trying to make up his mind. Then suddenly he chuckled. The ADC saw him pull a leather case out of his pocket and watched, puzzled, as a golden coin spun briefly in the air. The general caught it on the back of his left hand, covering it with his right. Then he removed the right, looked at it. He chuckled again. When General O'Reilly retired the following week, the President asked Congress for a fourth star for him and, in a special message, listed in glowing terms the services he had rendered to America and the world. The bill passed without a murmur, and Terence Patrick O'Reilly became at last a full general. Messages poured in from nearly every country in the world, from dozens of presidents and premiers and the handful of remaining kings. Along with them came hundreds of gifts. They included a carved elephant tusk from Nepal, a Royal Copenhagen dinner service for 24 from the Kingdom of Denmark, a 1 rupee note from a 10-year-old girl in Bombay, and, a gesture that excited much speculation, a case of caviar from the Kremlin. The Department of Defense announced that General O'Reilly had become the most decorated soldier ever to wear American uniform. In every toss, each of the rival sides had awarded him some kind of decoration. When he wore full-dress uniform, the ribbons solidly covered both sides of his tunic, and he was nearly strangled with various stars and orders that dangled from ribbons around his neck. "He retired just in time," his wife told her daughter-in-law one day at tea. "There's not another square inch left for another ribbon." General O'Reilly presented the Golden Judge to the United Nations, and the King of Saudi Arabia proved his sportsmanship by having a theft-proof case made for it of solid crystal, so that it could be on public display. It was soon as visited and cherished as the Magna Carta and the Liberty Bell. A night and day guard stood watch over it. Yet it was far from a useless relic. Often the crystal case was empty, and this meant it was seeing service somewhere in the world in the hands of a Swedish general who had finally been chosen by the United Nations to succeed Terence O'Reilly. In his final press interview, General O'Reilly unburdened himself of some thoughts which, refined, have passed into international jurisprudence under the name of O'Reilly's Law. "For thousands of years," the general said thoughtfully, "mankind has been making all kinds of commandments and laws and prohibitions and contracts and treaties, and broken them all when the mood suited them. Perhaps it's a sad thing to say, but so far nothing's ever been invented that men will really live up to more than the terms of a bet. With very, very few exceptions, a man, or a nation, will respect a bet when he won't respect any other damn thing on earth." The end. End of The Golden Judge by Nathaniel Gordon.
The Invaders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Blair Buckland. The Invaders by Benjamin Ferris. Big Joe Merkelos was the first of them. He appeared at the White Bend National Bank one day, cash in hand. The charm of him, his flashing smile, the easy strength in his big body, were pervasive recommendations. But the bank's appraisal scarcely got that far. Wasn't he the first buyer in 15 years for that boneyard of lonely dreams, Dark Valley? The county seat of Wide Bend presided over 3 valleys, corresponding to the forks of the Salinook River. Once, Dark Valley had been the richest of these. Solid houses and barns stood among orchards laden with fruit, fields chock full of heavy bearded green, till one spring the middle fork of the river had dried up. The farmers called in specialists who sank wells and pilot holes, measured the slopes. They heard much talk about water tables, about springs undercutting rock formations. But when it was done, the fact remained. Dark Valley's water supply was choked off beyond man's ability to restore it. In the end, the farmers gave up. They left their dusty houses and shriveled orchards, and Dark Valley died. Boys hiked over there occasionally. Men scouted for fence posts or pipe. Young couples passed quickly through on moonlight nights. And at least 2 stubborn old-timers squatted at the upper end. Now that Joe Merkelos had bought it, of course, they would have to move. Well, wouldn't they? Henderson asked. Jerry Bronson looked around at the other members of the Wide Bend Businessmen's Club. Doesn't take a lawyer to answer that, Hen. Damned shame, said Corso, the barber, who always championed underdogs. They've had no equity in that land for years. The bank just let them stay on it. They can move over the hill, Jerry nodded. Maybe somebody ought to suggest that to them. Don't look at me, Corso said. Those old coots ain't been near my shop for years. When the Chuckles died, McAllister, the druggist, voiced the thought that rested unspoken on all their minds. I wonder if that fellow realizes what a worthless piece of land he's bought. He looked over it. This was Hammond of the bank. Course you didn't try to talk him out of it. Would you have? Hammond retorted indignantly. Henderson jabbed the air with his cigar. I think he was a coal miner, back east, saved up his money to get on the land. I think he's a gypsy, Carso said. You ought to know. Tipton, the grocer, laughed. Caruso got fined for his reply, and with the tinkle of coins in the luncheon club kitty, the men disappeared. Joe Merkelow's relatives arrived that night. Henderson, who told Jerry Bronson about it, had made an early morning delivery of feed nearby, and driven on to take a look at Merkelow's purchase. From the river, he viewed Dark Valley's 3 miles of width and 6 or so of length. Figures were moving about the gaunt and windowless farm buildings. At least one plow was in operation, and the good blue friendliness of smoke arose here and there. Looked like a lot of people, Jerry, but you know, I didn't see any cars or trucks around. Jerry's blue eyes crinkled. Human nature didn't like puzzles any more than it liked strangers. He returned to the tedious civil case he was working on. About 3 o'clock, he decided he was tired and bored enough to call it a day. He got into his car and headed for Dark Valley. Aside from his curiosity, he thought he might talk to the 2 old squatters at the far end. The Carvers were independent and truculent. Now that Joe Merkelow's relatives had arrived in full force, there was a danger of a clash. As the road topped the bridge, it left green fields and orchards abruptly behind. But Dark Valley had a wild sort of beauty, cupped as it was between 2 rows of hills, while curved together as higher, jumbled foothills to the west. Jerry's car trailed a plume of dust as it slid down to the dry riverbed. He made a left turn and started up the valley road. At the first farm he saw dark, plump women in billowing dresses, wearing peasant scarves over their heads. They moved about the barnyard, raking dead leaves and scratching busily at the baked earth of the old truck gardens. Chickens and ducks strayed, and Jerry caught a glimpse of the children. He waved to the group and was answered by nods and flashing smiles. Then he had a shock. One of the women was working the handle of a pump that had been bone dry for 15 years, and a slender stream of clear water spilled into her wooden tub. Somewhat dazedly, Jerry drove on. He saw more of the Merkelow's people at other farms. Men were working in the withered orchards. New fence posts and rails were going up. Bright axes flashed in the dry and scraggly water. Jerry's thoughts kept returning to the water in that first pump. Could it be that they had learned the valley had a supply again? That would be a mighty joke on Hammond and the First National Bank. The road, badly rutted by erosion and drifted over with sand and dry leaves, began to rise. Jerry shifted into low gear. Then suddenly he stopped. He'd had another shock. He had just realized this road was unused. He recalled the twin ruts, patterned with rabbit and bird tracks, clear back to the turnoff. Without question, his car had been the first to mark the road since winter. Then how had these dozens of people come, with their chickens and ducks and children and tools? He had seen no cars, no wagons, no carts. How had these people come? Jerry sat back in the seat and grinned. He fished out his tobacco pouch and filled his pipe. There were times when he considered himself fairly mature, fairly well balanced. Yet he was as ready as the next to build a house of mystery out of the insubstantial timber of ignorance. Of course, there was a reasonable explanation. They must have walked from the railroad. It was a good many miles, but it was perfectly possible. Feeling better, Jerry followed the tortuous road to the western crest. His long legs hadn't taken him far from the car when he heard a harsh, "Hold up!" First one, then the other Carver brothers stepped out from a scrub oak thicket. Short, leathery old men, with ragged whiskers and dirt seamed into their faces and wrists. They eyed him malevolently over raised shotguns. "Came to talk to you," Jerry said mildly. One of them, he thought it was Ed, spat. "Ah, now," Jerry went on in an aggrieved tone, "that's a fine way to treat a son of Jack Bronson." The Carver brothers glanced at one another, then the shotguns lowered. "Come along," they said gruffly. In the littered yard by their cabin they pointed to a bench and squatted down before it on their thin old shanks. "New people in Dark Valley?" They nodded. "They've bought it from the bank. They own it clear to the ridgeline, including your place here." "We've been here 40 years," said Ed. "If I owned it, you could stay 40 more. They send you?" The voice was sharp, suspicious. Jerry shook his head. "I just thought you'd like to know about it." For a couple of minutes the Carver brothers chewed tobacco in unison. They stood up, reached for their guns. "We'll see," they said. Jerry nodded. They walked beside him, kicking thoughtfully at the leaves. The brother named Mike rubbed his whiskers. "Get much of a look at 'em when you pass through?" "Some. They foreigners?" Jerry sighed inwardly. "Maybe. They look like hard workers." The Carver brothers cackled suddenly. "They better be, to farm that land." Jerry passed back through the valley. A man knocking out stumps waved to him. A woman in a barnyard swished out her big skirts, shooing chickens. At that first farm, a trickle of water still ran from the pump. Wide Bend was a normal community. Along with it, natural curiosity, there was a genuine feeling of neighborliness, heightened by the conviction that these hard-working strangers had thrown their money away on the hopeless venture. So one way and another, a fair percentage of the town's population found excuses in the next few days to get out to Dark Valley. Bit by bit, the reports filtered back to Jerry, and they all added up about the same. Joe Merkles and his people were incredibly industrious. Already they had cleaned up the yards, repaired sagging barns and roofless sheds. Curtains fluttered at the windows. Cows had appeared, and sheep, even a few small horses. Somehow, perhaps from accumulated seepage, they were still bringing water from the rusty pumps. And though it was surely an illusion, Dark Valley seemed to have taken on a tinge of green again. Wide Bend's women folk brought gifts of homemade preserves, jelly, canned vegetables, and came away puzzled. No, they hadn't been badly received. All was politeness and smiles. But there was, well, a sort of remoteness about these people. The kids went out of sight the minute you turned into a place, and you just couldn't get close to the grown-ups. Dark, they were, and heavy-looking. They smiled a lot, jabbering in an unknown language. They had beautiful white teeth, but no jewelry or ornaments such as gypsies might wear. They always appeared pleased that you had brought them something. But on the way home you discovered you still had your presents, after all. The best guess as to the number in the tribe, somehow that seemed the best way to describe them, was 60, give or take a few. The general verdict was expressed by Henderson at the next club luncheon. "They're odd, but they're hard workers. Darned good thing for the community." Miller, the jeweler, agreed vigorously. "Self-interest," Jerry murmured. "It is a wonderful thing." They turned on him. "They haven't bought a thing from us. What if they did?" "Kidding, boys. I've got something to sell too." Then Jerry frowned. "They haven't bought anything?" Around the table heads shook. "Probably," Carso growled. "They wear their hair long, too." In the laughter the matter was forgotten. But Jerry remembered it that night, sitting on the porch of his house. There must have been hundreds of items, tools and nails and hinges and glass and wire and sandpaper and oil and rope and seed and salt and sugar. That tribe needed. How could they? There was a step on the path. "You there," Carcereau called. "Yup." The barber sat in the other chair, hoisted his feet to the railing. "You know how kids are." That boy of mine, he couldn't stand about Dark Valley. He was out there with a couple of pals, poking around." "Yes?" Jerry didn't realize his voice was sharp. "Oh, no trouble. But the middle fork of the river started to run again." For a long time after Carcereau had gone, Jerry sat with his cold pipe in his mouth. There were reasonable explanations for every one of the small oddities that had cropped up with Joe Merklos and his people, but he couldn't shake a growing feeling of uneasiness. Jerry went to bed muttering, for he was a man well trained to keep emotion and fact separate. But the feeling was still with him when he awoke, and he recognized it later on Henderson's face. "We got to get the boys together and talk this thing over," the feed and fuel owner said. "What's up?" "This stuff that's missing." Jerry gave a start. He had just spent at least half an hour looking for this garage lock. "Every day this week," Henderson went on heavily, "I've had people in to replace some little thing that was lost. Hatchets and feeding troughs and spare parts and panes of glass and things like that. A couple of the old chicken brooders that were stored. 10 salt blocks Anderson had in his barn." Just then McAllister stepped over from his drugstore to join them. "Damn it," he said plaintively, dusting off his store jacket. "I've been in the basement the last hour looking for an old pipe wrench. I swear I left it there." Jerry met Henderson's glance. "All right," he said. "Let's get the gang together for some lunch today." Sheriff Watson joined them in the back room of the restaurant. When the coffee came, Jerry rose to explain the purpose of the meeting. "Our problem," he began, "may amount to nothing at all, or it could turn out to be mighty nasty. Hen and I thought it was time to talk it over." Briefly, he recapitulated Dark Valley's reawakening. He described Joe Merklos and his people, their odd clothing, their independence, their alien language. "Point 1, he said, "most people don't like strangers." He described the tribe's arrival without cars or wagons, without even a mark on the abandoned road. He spoke of the pumps that came to life, the river that now ran again. Progress the tribe had made seemed almost beyond human capacity. "Point 2, Jerry said, "most people don't like mysteries." He turned. "Okay, Hen." First, Henderson explained that none of the tribe had bought supplies of any kind in West Bend. He got corroboration from other businessmen present. Then, as he summarized the missing articles, heads began to nod. Faces got red and lists were clenched. Jerry got to his feet again. "Point 3, I don't need to spell out. Much more of this and carloads of men with guns will be heading for that ridge. There'll be the kind of trouble we don't want on Wide Bend's conscience." "Should we let 'em rob us blind?" shouted Tipton. "No wonder they do so good," Curcio cried. "How about the water?" Hammond asked sarcastically. "You think they stole that too?" Someone shouted back, and a heated discussion raged. Jerry finally banged on the table with a sugar bowl. "Let's hear from the sheriff." Watson hoisted his big frame and sighed. "Jerry's right, boys. We got a nasty situation building up. Right now, my old woman's so mad at the Dark Valley people she could spit. And why? Only because she can't figure 'em out." He brushed his mustache and looked at Tipton. "Them people are human beings, aren't they?" Tipton scowled, but nodded. "Anything they done that couldn't be explained by natural causes, no matter how silly or complicated?" Tipton thought about it, and had to shake his head. "Believe me, boys, the only thing to get excited about is the stuff that's missing. If they're pinching it, we can catch 'em, and punish 'em. They may be foreigners, but they sure as hell have to obey the law of the land." "Now," Hammond said, "we're talking sense." "Give me a list of what's missing," Watson added, "and I'll go to Dark Valley this afternoon and take a look around the place." "Everybody satisfied?" Jerry asked. Everybody was. Sheriff Watson frowned at the list as Jerry drove into the first barnyard. They scattered chickens, ducks, and children, seen blurrily as they scrambled to hide. They remained a few minutes, then went on to the next farm, and the next. Beyond the last one, on the rise that led to the Carver cabin, Jerry stopped the car. They looked at one another. Watson rubbed his face irritably. "I'm beat, Jerry. There's something here I can't get my hands nor my head onto." "I know." The sheriff banged one hand against the crumpled list. "That butter churn of Mulford's. By God, I saw it. Same brand, same color. Even had scratches around the base where that old cat had sharpened her claws." "I know," Jerry said again, "but it had a letter Z cut into it. Worn and weathered, so you'd swear it had been there for years and years. That spring-toothed Harrell of Zimmerman's, except the one we saw had 12 teeth instead of 15, and even the man who made it couldn't find where it had been altered or tampered with. It had been the same with a score of other things, each one slightly changed, just different enough to make identification impossible to prove." Slowly, Jerry said, "Wood gets weathered, metal oxidizes, honest wear is unmistakable, and these all take time, which can't be faked." His implication hung in the air. If the things had been stolen, then altered to avoid identification, whoever did it had more than human ability. Magic? Watson wondered. "There's no such thing." "No, there absolutely ain't." They sat looking with troubled eyes out over Dark Valley, till Jerry said abruptly, "I'm going on up to see the Carvers." Watson reached for the door handle. "They don't have no use for me. I'll wait here. I got plenty to think about." Jerry nodded. The sheriff would be remembering the seeds already sprouting in the kitchen gardens, the leaves that had jumped out of the old fruit trees, the lambs and calves capering in pastures washed with the green of new grass. The road was smooth, its ditches cleared and deepened. Bright clothing napped on shiny new clotheslines. Those were on the list, but how can you identify a roll of wire? Cordwood was stacked in every yard. New shingles spotted the roofs. The windows held glass again. Fresh paint glistened on porches. In the fields, corn and oats and hay were shooting upward. Jerry found the Carvers waiting for him. 3 wrinkled old faces, tense. They didn't answer his greeting, just jerked their heads. They led him past the cabin, through open brush, and halted at a bare place. Slowly, Jerry sank to his knees. Except for its size, it could have been a sprayed-out cougar print, but it was 2 feet across and pressed more than an inch into the hard, dry soil. Finally, Ed Carver nudged Jerry. The gnarled finger pointed to a twig of wild lilac 8 feet off the ground. Caught on the twig were several coarse black hairs, 6 inches long. Jerry looked from them back to the Carvers, then down at the ground again. He didn't speak. What was there to say? As they started back toward the cabin, Ed Carver said harshly, "We found that 2 nights ago." Jerry brooded for some distance. Then he said, "Ned Ames has the best hunting dogs in the country." They looked at him disgustedly. "Damn it, you have to do something. Come back to town with me. We'll get some boys together and hunt it down." They passed the cabin and reached the car. The Carver brothers looked out over Dark Valley and shook their heads. "We've lived alone," Ed said. "We'll fight alone." When Jerry told the sheriff about the giant spoor, Watson gave a snort. "Those old coots got bats in their belly fries." "But I saw the print." Watson dismissed such evidence with a wave of his hand. "They made it up, probably. Forget it till you see the animal itself. You'll have time to believe it then. We got enough worry about already." Jerry couldn't forget it, but there was a kind of reassurance in such hearty skepticism. With each passing minute, that huge print seemed more unreal. Halfway through the valley, they stopped to look at the river. The bed was half full, muddy, debris-laden, with a sheen of dust on the surface. But it was water, wet, tangible, undeniable. Watson took off his hat and rubbed his head and swore. "Good afternoon." They turned. Joe Merkelos was smiling at them. "Hello," Jerry said. Watson glowered. Merkelos moved beside them and looked down. His brilliant teeth flashed. "Good, is it not?" The guttural words came out flat, one at a time, as though shaped carefully. "Better than money in this part of the world." Jerry's eyes narrowed. "Did you know about the water, when you bought the valley?" Merkelos smiled again. He was bareheaded, dressed in dark trousers and a loose, short-sleeved blouse. His neck and muscular forearms gleamed bronze in the sunlight. "You like what we do here?" he asked in his deep, hesitant manner. "You've done wonders," Watson said shortly. Merklos' smoky eyes held Jerry's. "My people are used to work." Slowly, significantly, Watson said, "The thing we don't understand is how you managed to bring so much equipment, the exact things you needed, right down to the last nail." Merklos' inscrutable gaze swung around. The smile lingered on his face. "We are careful people. We plan a long way ahead." Watson opened his mouth for another question, and shut it. Merklos' attention had left them. The man was listening, his head slightly cocked. After a moment he turned. "I am happy to see you making a visit. I hope you come again." He nodded and walked away swiftly. Wordlessly, Jerry and the sheriff got back into the car. "Could you hear what he was listening to?" Jerry muttered. "I didn't hear a thing. Notice anything else about Dark Valley?" "No flowers. Not one dog." Jerry's hand tightened on the steering wheel. "And who has ever gotten a single clear look at one of the kids?" Jerry spent a restless night. On the way to his office the next morning he met Watson, talking to a farmer on the courthouse steps. "Listen to Carson here," the sheriff said grimly. Carson's straw hat bobbed as he talked. "I'm waiting to see the farm advisor. Something's gone wrong out at my place on South Fork. I'm on good bottom land, highest yield in the county. But in the last 2-3 weeks my corn, my wheat, even my berries have stopped growing." Jerry's eyes jumped to Watson. "Yep," Carson went on. "Every single ear o' corn is still a nubbin." He threw out his arms. "And by God, even my wife's radishes has stood still. Ain't anything on earth that'll slow up a radish. How about other stuff? How about eggs? Same thing. Cut right down. Hens lay 1 in 10 now, maybe. Same thing. Cut right down. Hens lay 1 in 10, maybe, and my alfalfa has turned a funny gray-green. Even the fruit." "What about the river?" Watson broke in. "What about the river?" Watson broke in. "You still got water in the South Fork?" "Way down for this time o' year, but we got enough." Several people had stopped to listen. One of them, a big tow-headed Swede, burst out excitedly. "Mister, you got the same trouble as my cousin. His crops, they're growing backwards." There was more of the same impossible talk. Jerry made an excuse to get away to his office. He sat at his desk and stared out the window. There wasn't any problem, he tried to tell himself. Anything you could not measure by experience and logic was out, and that had to include giant paw prints and mysteriously missing objects as well as radishes that wouldn't grow. Dark Valley was taking on life and freshness. Fact. The South Fork and portions of the North Fork seemed to be losing fertility. Fact. But to conclude from this that Dark Valley was gaining at the expense of the others, that was the road no reasonable man could allow himself to take. From his window he saw the huge old trees that shaded Wide Bend. They looked suddenly wrong. Weren't they less green, less thick than before? The buildings and streets looked dingier too. And when did all those broken fences, cracked windows, missing shingles show up? Jerry lounged from his chair and strode up and down the room. Then the telephone bell tore through his nerves. He grabbed the instrument. "Watson, I just wanted to tell you, 2 boys have been reported missing." "No. The Simons kids, but they've run away before. They'll be back." Jerry's hand went slowly down. The sheriff's voice echoed hollowly from the lowered receiver. "Well, won't they?" It was after midnight when the doorbell rang. It didn't wake Jerry. He was sitting in bed, staring into the darkness. There was a pile of books beside him. He knocked them over, getting up to answer the door. Mike Carver stumbled in. He dropped into a chair, panting. Jerry went for a bottle and glass. Carver gulped the drink, then held the tumbler out for another. "I run all the way down the ridge," he gasped, "till I catched a ride. I figured you'd ought to know what happened. It got my brother, Ed." Jerry's lean face hardened. "Yeah, it was prowling around. We went after it and shot it. But you said—" "I said it killed Ed." The old lips tightened. "We gave it 1 slug through the heart and 1 through the head. They didn't even slow it down." "You mean," Jerry asked carefully, "that they didn't have an effect at all?" Mike nodded. He tipped the glass, whipped his ragged sleeve across his face, and rose. "Where are you going?" "Back to the cabin." "Mike, you can't go there. That's where my brother's body is." "Look," Joe said evenly, "you can't help him now. Stay here with me, and we'll go up in the morning." Carver shook his head. "My brother's there at the cabin. I got to set up with him. There was no arguing against the tone of simple and utter finality. "All right. Wait till I get some clothes on and I'll drive you back." A few minutes later they passed through West Bend's deserted streets and started out the road to the valley. Carver rolled down his window and spat tobacco juice. "Fella was up to see us," he said gloomily. "Told us people were losing things all over the county, including 2 kids. Said crops have shrunk. Said water in the forks is way down. Said people were getting the idea Dark Valley was living off the rest of the land, feeding on it like a parasite. How crazy you think that is?" Slowly, Jerry said. "I'm not sure it's crazy at all." Carver brooded. "I shot that thing tonight. Should have been dead if a critter it was. Then I seen it go after Ed. You know what all this means, don't you? Witchcraft. Something people haven't believed in for hundreds of years. Maybe they better get starting again." They were nearing the divide that overlooked Dark Valley. "Mike, I've been reading up on it, for hours, everything I could find, and it fits. It's been the hardest struggle I ever had, admitting such a thing existed. But it was either acknowledge that or lose my mind." The night seemed colder as they started downward. Unaccountably, the headlights dimmed. "Something watching us," Carver said suddenly, as the car bored on through the thick and swerving darkness. Jerry nodded. His hands gripped the wheel until the knuckles were white. Sweat began to glisten on his forehead. The headlights picked out a dark spot that looked like a yawning hole. Jerry stamped on the brake, skidded slightly, but there was only a shallow rut, deformed by shadows. He pressed the accelerator, and the motor died. Hurriedly he jabbed the starter button, pumped the gas pedal. Again he pushed it, and again as the lights faded from the drain on the battery. "What's the matter?" Carver's old voice was thin. "Flooded, maybe. Better let her sit a minute." The darkness pressed close around them, shifted and danced. Chill air moved over their faces. "Mike?" "Yeah?" "Why didn't that animal come after you, too?" Carver breathed heavily for a moment. Then he took something from his shirt pocket and held it out. Jerry's fingers moved over it. A crucifix. "My mother gave it to me a long time ago. That's probably the only thing that could have saved you. From what I read, they can't stand a cross. And silver's got something to do with it." Jerry reached into his own pocket. "Feel this." Carver's rough hand fumbled over the object. "Made it this evening. Took a cold chisel and hammered to an old silver tray. Not fancy, but it was all I had." "You done that? Before I came and told you about Ed?" Jerry nodded grimly. "I'm convinced we're up against something terrible. And believe me, Mike, I'm scared." The shadows grew closer, thicker still. They seemed charged with menace. With a catch in his voice, Jerry said, "Maybe now's the time to try it." Carver's head jerked around. "I mean smash Merklos and his tribe for good. How?" "With fire and the silver crosses." After a long pause, Carver said, "What about Ed?" "We'll get to your cabin. We're not far from the first farm. We can go right up the valley if it works. And if it don't, we might end up like Ed." Carver turned and spat out the window. "I don't want to, but I will." They got out of the car into the humming darkness. They took gunny sacks and rags from the trunk compartment and soaked them in oil from the crankcase. They wired a bundle on the extension handle of the jack, and another on the radio aerial rod, which Jerry unscrewed. They tried to start the car once more, without success. So they turned out the lights and left it. With one torch burning, they started up the road for the first gate. Dark Valley's shadowy legions closed in. There was a rustling and a whispering all around. There were shiny glints where none ought to be. There was an overwhelming feeling that something frightful waited, just beyond the edge of darkness. "The gate," Carver said hoarsely. Jerry unclenched his jaws and lit the second torch. The flare-up reflected from the blank windows ahead. "What about the women? What about the kids?" Jerry spoke jerkily, his eyes on the house. "There aren't any kids. What we saw was something else. The women are the same as the men, the same as the thing that killed Ed. Don't worry about them. Hold the cross in front of you, and for God's sake, hang on to it." The darkness swelled like a living thing. It swayed and clutched at the torches. Somewhere a high whining began, like a keening wind. There were sudden sounds from the house, banging and scramblings. Carver faltered. "On!" Jerry said savagely, and began to run. He touched his homemade crucifix to the wood of the porch, and with the other hand brought the torch down. Blue sparks jumped out at him. The dry wood hissed and blazed up furiously. A frightful scream rang out. There was the twinkle of breaking glass, and formless figures thudded to the ground and scuttled away on all fours, headed up the valley. Within minutes, the farmhouse was a mass of roaring flame. Jerry backed away from it. He saw Carver outlined against the glowing barn, which he had fired. They came together and hurried back to the road. There, they stopped to watch the pillar of flame and smoke boiling upward. "It worked," Carver said. Jerry nodded. "We can't kill them, but we can drive them out." "Women and kids," Carver said bitterly. "Did you see them things that came out?" "Yes." Jerry was drenched in sweat, and the torch trembled in his hand. "Let's get on to the next one, Mike." They went on to the neighboring farm, and to the one after that, while the shadows pulsed in an unholy turmoil. The night swarmed with malignant invisible forces that tried to blow the flame from their torches, that flayed them with naked sword of fear. There were hideous shapes, half seen. There were waves of terror, like a physical shock. There were puffs of odor so rank they gagged. But they plodded through it, faces set, sweating and agonized, till halfway up the valley it came. Carver knew it first. His leathery face paled. His hands fumbled instinctively for the gun he was not carrying. Then Jerry said hoarsely, "Mike, did you hear that?" Carver nodded dumbly. Clearly now came the sound of those huge paws, paddling first on one side of them, then the other. Jerry clutched his cross till the rough edges bit deep into his hand. It seemed that his very life was bound up with the torch that now smoked and struggled to burn. If its feeble light went out, that meant extinction, black and final. Then he became aware that Carver was no longer beside him. He whirled, 10 yards behind. The other was bending down, scrambling frantically in the dust. "I dropped it," he shouted. "I can't find it." Jerry tried to reach him, but the other thing was quicker. A whirlpool of blackness engulfed Carver, blotted him out. Then Jerry was confronted by an unbelievable sight. A great, savage head towering over him, its eyes glowing readily and foam creaming over gigantic open jaws. Desperately, he shoved his cross straight at it. The thing spat and roared deafeningly. The thud of its paws shook the ground. It lashed out with monstrous claws that sliced his skin. Half stunned, Jerry kept lunging towards it, till finally his cross touched its coarse hide. There was a crackle of blue flame, a shriek that split the night, and the thing disintegrated into rolling clouds of bitter smoke. Jerry swayed. The hand that held the cross was numb and tingling. Like an automation, he turned, went back, and knelt beside the crumpled shape that had been Mike Carver. Then he rose, still carrying the feebly flickering torch, and plodded on. They met him as he was coming back. Watson, Henderson, Corcio, Miller, Hammond, and the rest. They had flashlights and guns and tear gas, and their faces were grim and desperate. "We found your car," they said. "We could see the flames from Wide Bend. What in the hell has been going on?" Jerry stared at them. He dropped the dead torch. One hand tried to put the cross back in his pocket. His face was black, his hair singed, his side wet with blood. "It's all over," he croaked. "They're gone. Dark Valley is free again." Big Joe Merkelos was the first of them. He appeared at the Rocky Mountain Trust Company one day, cash in hand. The charm of him, his flashing smile, the easy strength in his big body were persuasive recommendations. But the company's appraisal scarcely got that far. Wasn't he the first buyer they had ever had for that suburban real estate fiasco, Hidden Acres? End of The Invaders. Recorded by Blair Buckland, Lakehead Faculty of Education.
Moment of Truth by Basil Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, March 2009. Moment of Truth by Basil Wells. Basil Wells, who lives in Pennsylvania, has been doing research concerning life in the area during the period prior to and following the War of 1812. Here he turns to a different problem, the adjustment demanded of a pioneer woman, not in those days, but tomorrow on Mars. Beyond the false windows she could see the reddish wasteland, where dust clouds spun and shifted so slowly. She had been asleep. Now she stretched luxuriously beneath the crisp white sheet that the vapid August heat decreed. From memory to memory her dream-fogged mind drifted, and to the yet to be. It was good to remember, and to imagine, and see and feel and hear. She smiled. She was Ruth Halsey, 14, brunette, and pretty. Earl and Harry and Buell had told her she was pretty. Especially Buell. Buell was her favorite date now. The room closed around her with its familiar colors and furnishings. Sometimes she would dream that she was elsewhere, unfamiliar, ugly places, but then she would awaken to the four long windows with their coarse beige drapes of monk's cloth, and the fantasies were forever dispelled. Her eyes loved the two paintings, the dark curls of the pink and white doll sitting prissily atop the dresser, and the full-length mirror on the open closet door. The pictured design of the wall-paper, its background merging with the pastel blue of the slanted ceiling, almost as they had blended together that first day when she was 12, yet not the same, she corrected her thoughts, frowning. Sometimes, as today, the design seemed faded and changed. The gay little bridges and the flowered, impossibly blue trees seemed to change and threaten to vanish. She laughed over at the demurely sitting doll. Essie had been her favorite doll when she was younger. Of course now that she was 14 she did not play with dolls any more. But it was permissible that she keep her old friend neatly dressed and ever at hand as a confidant. She smiled at the thought. Essie never tattled. "It must be from that polio," she told Essie, knowing all the time that she was almost well now, and needed plenty of rest and careful doses of exercise. "It makes my eyes funny." Essie smiled back glassily, and Ruth laughed. It was good to awaken and see the thick black arms of the maple tree outside the windows. It was good to have the cool green leaves waving at her, and see the filtered dapplings of sunshine cross and recross them. She loved that old tree. She had played among its long horizontal branches from childhood. Her brother Alex, who had been killed in the Normandy landing during World War III, had loved the tree too. He had built the railed, shingled-roofed little nest high up in the tree's crotched heart, where Ruth kept some of her extra special notes and jewelry and a book of poems. One of the two paintings on the bedroom walls was of the old tree. The tree dominated the old, story-and-a-half white house with the green shutters that was the Halseys' house, her home. Alex had painted that picture as well as the other showing the graceful loop of the river and the roofs of the village of Thayer in the distance. Ruth had been with him as he painted that second picture from the jutting rock ledge 500 feet above the river. "I was just 10 then, Essie," she chirped gaily. "I remember how afraid I was of the height and how Alex scolded." But Alex was dead now, and all she had to remember of him was the paintings and the photographs that Mother kept in a battered brown leather folder. For a moment the bright sunlight in her beloved maple tree's leaves seemed to dim and the room wavered about her. She wondered about that. She must tell her father or her mother. Perhaps the polio, light touch of it or not, had hurt her eyesight. Glasses! She shuddered at the thought. The room shimmered and blurred, and suddenly broke apart to reform into something. She squinched her eyes shut to the hideous vision, and then opened them the merest slit. Nothing had changed. "Mother!" she cried. "Daddy!" she cried. "What has happened?" She heard the door to this hideous travesty of a room opening. Her eyes darted around the shrunken, metal-walled shell. Even the ceiling curved overhead, and she saw two grotesque daubs taped to the wall that parodied the paintings of her dead brother Alex. The coloring was ugly and the proportions out of line, and it was not canvas, but curling sheets of paper taped and painted to resemble frames. A big man, sandy-haired, and with vertical wrinkles deep between piercing blue eyes, came into the room. She shrank into the bed. seeing that the sheet she tugged taut across her breast was ragged and blue. "Ruth," he said, a slow smile making his face almost handsome, "you're better. You haven't spoken in weeks." Ruth wanted to giggle. As though they could keep her quiet! Daddy was always shushing her. But who was this big man in his dusty drab coveralls and dropped dust mask dangling upon his chest? "Don't you know me, dear? It's Buell, your husband." Buell was 15, and only a couple of inches taller than Ruth. Of course, he had sandy hair like this man, but this man was old enough to be Buell's father. This was crazy, like one of the dreams that always made her unhappy. So it was a dream. She felt warmth and release. Why not see what this dream had to offer that might be amusing to remember and tell Buell sometime soon? Wouldn't he laugh when he heard she had dreamt about him and been married to him? She saw the strip of shiny metal that masqueraded as her mirror, and where her 4 long windows, with their thick, loose-woven drapes, had been, there were only 4 taped strips of paper with crude pictures of draped windows daubed on them. There were even green daubs of paint and black splashes to simulate her beloved maple tree. "Ruth, do you feel better now? Please don't smile at me like that. I know you loved the baby, but this Martian atmosphere is tough enough for men. It wasn't your fault." "Go ahead and talk," Ruth laughed gaily. "This is just another bad dream, and I know it. I'll wake up in a little while and be back in my cool old room." "Blast your room and your dreams!" The man went across the room in a swift rush and tore down one of the false windows, the painted strip of paper, and beyond, through a dusty oval glass window, Ruth could see a reddish-brown wasteland, where dust clouds spun and shifted slowly, and a dusty huddle of what looked like Quonset huts or storage sheds of metal. "That is reality, Ruth. You must face it. This pretense, this sleazy imitation of your old room is wrong. You're strong enough, and I love you. You can accept the truth." His face changed. All expression sponged from it in an instant as he looked into her eyes, and then it seemed to dissolve into something ugly and yet childish. She saw tears burst through and furrow the dust on his cheeks. "Dear Lord!" he cried, almost reverently. "Must this go on forever? Will she ever come back to me?" His voice choked off, and he stumbled across the room and out the door. She heard it shut behind him, and she was hunting for Essie, already having forgotten the ill-mannered intruder. There was no Essie, only a mannikin of cloth-stuffed white nylon and lipstick, with black nylon for hair. And then the room shimmered and broke apart and reformed, and she was back in her bed with the sun on the slowly dancing green leaves outside the 4 long windows. Essie was smiling down at her from the dresser, and the paintings were, as always, soft colors and perfectly drafted. Had she thought there were 4 windows? How silly of her! The second from the right was a small oval of glass, or rather, a glass-covered picture of desert scene. Odd that she had forgotten about that picture. Oh well, what did it matter? In a few days she would be well enough again to climb out on the giant limbs and into the tree nest that her brother Alex had built. And the boys would come to see her and take her to the drug-store for sodas and sundaes. Yes, she was sure now. She did like Buell Austin best. End of Moment of Truth by Basil Wells.
The Next Logical Step. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Russom. The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Ordinarily, the military at least wants to have the others know the final details of their war plans. But, logically, there would be times... "I don't really see where this problem has anything to do with me," the CIA man said. "And, frankly, There are a lot of more important things I could be doing. Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had that quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. "Would you like to see the problem firsthand?" the general asked, innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. "Okay, if it doesn't take too long. It's late enough already." "It won't take very long, will it, Ford?" the general said, getting out of his chair. "Not very long," Ford agreed. "Only a lifetime." The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. "I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the problem," General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff have either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with the computer. The CIA man scowled. "Is this area secure?" General Leroy's face turned red. "This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister. And it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances." "Just want to be sure." "Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more," Ford said, changing the subject, "you'll know what to expect." "Good idea," said the man from CIA. "We told you that this is the most modern, most complex and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has ever been attempted before, anywhere." "I know that they don't have anything like it," the CIA man agreed. "And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war situations. We fight wars in this computer. Wars with missiles and bombs and gas. Real wars, complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man. Who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning. Whether a battle is won or lost," General Leroy interrupted. "The computer runs these analyses for both sides, so we can see what's happening to them, too." The CIA man gestured impatiently. "War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years." "Yes, but this machine is different," Ford pointed out. "It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games." He hesitated dramatically. "Well, what is it?" "We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph." The CIA man stopped walking. "The electro what?" "Electroencephalograph. You know. A recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain. Like the electrocardiograph." "Oh. But you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain." "I don't get it." General Leroy took over. "You sit at the machine's control console. A helmet is placed over your head. You set the machine in operation. You see the results." "Yes," Ford went on. "Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printout, you actually see the war being fought. Complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles, and as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes." "The idea, originally, was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations," General Leroy said. "But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane," Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. "You've used the computer." "Correct." "And you have neither resigned nor cracked up." General Leroy nodded. "I called you in." Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, "The computer's right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with while the building is still empty." They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room-filled rows of massive consoles. "It's all transistorized and sub-miniaturized, of course," Ford explained. "That's the only way we could build so much detail into the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building." "A single building?" "Oh yes. This is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it." They showed him finally to a small desk, studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. "Since you've never run the computer before," Ford said, "General Leroy will do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens." The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by a half-dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little in the bright light. This isn't going to, well, do me any damage, is it?" "My goodness, no," Ford said. "You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not on the general staff, so it won't affect you the way it did the others. Their reaction had nothing to do with the computer, per se." "Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects," General Leroy said. "Ford has used it many times." The CIA man nodded, and they closed the transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons, then turn a dial. "Can you hear me?" The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. "Yes," he said. "All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121? That's what we're going to be seeing." Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3. Down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again. On and off. On and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised incredibly somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices, all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. "It's only an illusion," he told himself, forcing calm on his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right, and the arching coast of the southeastern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing shadowy figure of a submarine gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched. Within seconds, another burst, this time a nuclear depth charge, utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen fusion warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was the signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got it in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defensive systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded, and when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On and on. For 6 days and 6 fire-lit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By all the rules he knew of, the war should have been ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched overland or splashed ashore from the sea or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas, and the flamethrowers became useless, and even the prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still simple guns and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of the Alexanders and Caesars and Temujins and Wellingtons and Grants and Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the armies split apart into smaller and smaller units, until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups, stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of war, living off the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revived the ancient terror of hand-wielded, personal, one-head-at-a-time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now, none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds. And, finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with the tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumbed inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled on the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was lifted slowly off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms and help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now, you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used the computer." General Leroy, even, was pale. How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that will be the consequence? The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. "Are all the war games like that? Every plan?" "Some are worse," Ford said. "We picked an average one for you. Even some of the brushfire games get out of hand and end up like that." "So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do?" "You're with the CIA," the general said. "Don't you handle espionage?" "Yes, but what's that got to do with it?" The general looked at him. "It seems to me that the next logical step is to make damned certain that they get the plans to this computer. And fast!" End of The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Recording by Bill Russom of TalkingTraffic.org.
Pandemic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hollis Hanover. Pandemic by J.F. Bone. Generally, human beings don't do totally useless things consistently and widely. So, maybe there is something to it. We call it Thurston's disease for 2 perfectly good reasons, Dr. Walter Kramer said. He discovered it, and he was the first to die of it. The doctor fumbled fruitlessly through the pockets of his lab coat. Now, where the devil did I put those matches? "Are these what you're looking for?" the trim blonde in the gray seersucker uniform asked. She picked a small box of wooden safety matches from the littered lab table beside her and handed them to him. "Ah," Kramer said. "Thanks. Things have a habit of getting lost around here." "I can believe that," she said as she eyed the frenzied disorder around her. Her boss wasn't much better than his laboratory, she decided as she watched him strike a match against the side of the box and apply the flame to the charred bowl of his pipe. His long dark face became half obscured behind a cloud of bluish smoke as he puffed furiously. He looked like a lean, untidy devil, recently escaped from hell, with his thick brows, green eyes, and lank black hair highlighted intermittently by the leaping flame of the match. He certainly didn't look like a pathologist. She wondered if she was going to like working with him, and shook her head imperceptibly. Possibly, but not probably. It might be difficult being cooped up here with him day after day. Well, she could always quit if things got too tough. At least there was that consolation. He draped his lean body across a lab stool and leaned his elbows on its back. There was a faint smile on his face as he eyed her quizzically. "You're new," he said. "Not just to this lab, but to the Institute." She nodded. "I am, but how did you know?" "Thurston's disease. Everyone in the Institute knows that name for the plague, but few outsiders do." He smiled sardonically. "Virus pneumonic plague. That's a better term for public use. After all, what good does it do to advertise a doctor's stupidity?" She eyed him curiously. "De mortuis?" she asked. He nodded. "That's about it. We may condemn our own, but we don't like laymen doing it. And besides, Thurston had good intentions. He never dreamed this would happen." "The road to hell, so I hear, is paved with good intentions." "Undoubtedly," Kramer said dryly. "Incidentally, did you apply for this job or were you assigned?" "I applied." "Someone should have warned you I dislike cliches," he said. He paused a moment and eyed her curiously. "Just why did you apply?" he asked. "Why are you imprisoning yourself in a sealed laboratory which you won't leave as long as you work here? You know, of course, what the conditions are. Unless you resign or are carried out feet first, you will remain here. Have you considered what such an imprisonment means?" "I considered it," she said, "and it doesn't make any difference. I have no ties outside, and I thought I could help. I've had training. I was a nurse before I was married." "Divorced?" "Widowed." Kramer nodded. There were plenty of widows and widowers outside. Too many. But it wasn't much worse than in the Institute, where, despite precautions, Thurston's disease took its toll of life. "Did they tell you this place is called the suicide section?" he asked. She nodded. "Weren't you frightened?" "Of dying? Hardly. Too many people are doing it nowadays." He grimaced, looking more satanic than ever. "You have a point," he admitted, "but it isn't a good one. Young people should be afraid of dying." "You're not." "I'm not young. I'm 35, and besides, this is my business. I've been looking at death for 11 years. I'm immune." "I haven't your experience," she admitted, "but I have your attitude." "What's your name?" Kramer said. "Barton. Mary Barton." "Well, Mary, I can't turn you down. I need you. But I could wish you had taken some other job." "I'll survive." He looked at her with faint admiration in his greenish eyes. "Perhaps you will," he said. "All right, as to your duties, you will be my assistant, which means you'll be a dishwasher, laboratory technician, secretary, junior pathologist, and coffee maker. I'll help you with all the jobs except the last one. I make lousy coffee." Kramer grinned, his teeth a white flash across the darkness of his face. "You'll be on call 24 hours a day, underpaid, overworked, and in constant danger until we lick Thurston's virus. You'll be expected to handle the jobs of 3 people unless I can get more help, and I doubt that I can. People stay away from here in droves. There's no future in it." Mary smiled wryly. "Literally or figuratively?" she asked. He chuckled. "You have a nice sense of graveyard humor," he said. "It'll help, but don't get careless. Assistants are hard to find." She shook her head. "I won't. Well, I'm not afraid of dying. I don't want to do it, and I have no illusions about the danger. I was briefed quite thoroughly." "They wanted you to work upstairs?" She nodded. "I suppose they need help, too. Thurston's disease has riddled the medical profession. Just don't forget that this place can be a death trap. One mistake and you've had it. Naturally, we take every precaution, but with a virus, no protection is absolute. If you're careless and make errors in procedure, sooner or later, one of those submicroscopic protein molecules will get into your system." "You're still alive." "So I am," Kramer said, "but I don't take chances. My predecessor, my secretary, my lab technician, my junior pathologist, and my dishwasher all died of Thurston's disease." He eyed her grimly. "Still want the job?" he asked. "I lost a husband and a 3-year-old son," Mary said with equal grimness. "That's why I'm here. I want to destroy the thing that killed my family. I want to do something. I want to be useful." He nodded. "I think you can be," he said quietly. "Mind if I smoke?" she asked. "I need some defense against that pipe of yours." "No, go ahead. Out here it's all right, but not in the security section." Mary took a package of cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and blew a cloud of gray smoke to mingle with the blue haze from Kramer's pipe. "Comfortable?" Kramer asked. She nodded. He looked at his wristwatch. "We have half an hour before the roll tube cultures are ready for examination. That should be enough to tell you about the modern Pasteur and his mutant virus. Since your duties will primarily involve Thurston's disease, you'd better know something about it." He settled himself more comfortably across the lab bench and went on talking in a dry, schoolmasterish voice. Alan Thurston was an immunologist at Midwestern University Medical School. Like most men in the teaching trade, he also had a research project. If it worked out, he'd be one of the great names in medicine, like Jenner, Pasteur, Salk. The result was that he pushed it and wasn't too careful. He wanted to be famous. "He's well known now," Mary said, "at least within the profession." "Quite," Kramer said dryly. "He was working with gamma radiations on microorganisms, trying to produce a mutated strain of Micrococcus pyogenes that would have enhanced antigenic properties." "Wait a minute, doctor. It's been 4 years since I was active in nursing. Translation, please." Kramer chuckled. "He was trying to make a vaccine out of a common infectious organism. You may know it better as Staphylococcus. As you know, it's a pus former that's made hospital life more dangerous than it should be because it develops resistance to antibiotics. What Thurston wanted to do was to produce a strain that would stimulate resistance in the patient without causing disease. Something that would help patients protect themselves rather than rely upon doubtfully effective antibiotics. That wasn't a bad idea. There was nothing wrong with it. The only trouble was that he wound up with something else entirely. He was like the man who wanted to make a plastic suitable for children's toys and ended up with a new explosive. You see, what Thurston didn't realize was that his cultures were contaminated. He'd secured them from the university clinic and had, so he thought, isolated them. But somehow he'd brought a virus along, probably one of the orphan group, or possibly a phage. Orphan? Yes, one that was not a normal inhabitant of human tissues. At any rate, there was a virus, and he mutated it rather than the bacteria. Actually, it was simple enough, relatively speaking, since a virus is infinitely simpler in structure than a bacterium, and hence much easier to modify with ionizing radiation. So he didn't produce the antigen, he produced a disease instead. Naturally, he contracted it, and during the period between his infection and death, he managed to infect the entire hospital. Before anyone realized what they were dealing with, the disease jumped from the hospital to the college, and from the college to the city, and from the city to... Yes, I know that part of it. It's all over the world now, killing people by the millions. "Well," Kramer said, At least it solved the population explosion. He blew a cloud of blue smoke in Mary's direction. And it did make Thurston famous. His name won't be quickly forgotten. She coughed. I doubt if it ever will be, she said. But it won't be remembered the way he intended. He looked at her suspiciously. That cough. No, it's not Thurston's disease. It's the pipe. It's rancid. It helps me think, Kramer said. You could try cigarettes or candy, she suggested. I'd rather smoke a pipe. There's cancer of the lip and tongue, she said helpfully. Don't quote Oxner. I don't agree with him. And besides, you smoke cigarettes, which are infinitely worse. Only 4 or 5 a day. I don't saturate my system with nicotine. In another generation, Kramer observed, you'd have run through the streets of the city, brandishing an axe, smashing saloons. You're a lineal descendant of Kerry Nation. He puffed quietly until his head was surrounded by a nimbus of smoke. Stop trying to reform me, he added. You haven't been here long enough. Not even God could do that, according to the reports I've heard, she said. He laughed. I suppose my reputation gets around. It does. You're an opinionated slave driver, a bully, an intellectual tyrant, and the best pathologist in this center. The last part of that sentence makes up for unflattering honesty of the first, Kramer said. At any rate, once we realized the situation, we went to work to correct it. Institutes like this were established everywhere the disease appeared for the sole purpose of examining, treating, and experimenting with the hope of finding a cure. This section exists for the evaluation of treatment. We check human cases and the primates in the experimental laboratories. It is our duty to find out if anything the boys upstairs try shows any promise. We were a pretty big section once, but Thurston's virus has whittled us down. Right now there is just you and me, but there's still enough work to keep us busy. The experiments are still going on, and there are still human cases, even though the virus has killed off most of the susceptibles. We've evaluated over 1,000 different drugs and treatments in this institute alone. And none of them have worked? No, but that doesn't mean the work's been useless. The research has saved others thousands of man-hours chasing false leads. In this business, negative results are almost as important as positive ones. We may never discover the solution, but our work will keep others from making the same mistakes. I never thought of it that way. People seldom do. But if you realize that this is international, that every worker on Thurston's disease has a niche to fill, the picture will be clearer. We're doing our part inside the plan. Others are too, and there are thousands of labs involved. Somewhere, someone will find the answer. It probably won't be us, but we'll help get the problem solved as quickly as possible. That's the important thing. It's the biggest challenge the race has ever faced, and the most important. It's a question of survival. Kramer's voice was sober. We have to solve this. If Thurston's disease isn't checked, the human race will become extinct. As a result, for the first time in history, all mankind is working together. All? You mean the communists are too? Of course. What's an ideology if there are no people to follow it? Kramer knocked the ashes out of his pipe, looked at the laboratory clock, and shrugged. 10 minutes more, he said, and these tubes will be ready. Keep an eye on that clock and let me know. Meantime, you can straighten up this lab and find out where things are. I'll be in the office checking the progress reports. He turned abruptly away, leaving her standing in the middle of the cluttered laboratory. Now, what am I supposed to do here? Mary wondered aloud. Clean up, he says. Find out where things are, he says. Get acquainted with the place, he says. I could spend a month doing that. She looked at the littered bench, the wall cabinets with sliding doors half open, the jars of reagents sitting on the sink, the drain board, on top of the refrigerator and on the floor. The disorder was appalling. How he ever manages to work in here is beyond me. I suppose that I'd better start somewhere. Perhaps I can get these bottles in some sort of order first." She sighed and moved toward the wall cabinets. "Oh, well," she mused, "I asked for this." "Didn't you hear that buzzer?" Kramer asked. "Was that for me?" Mary said, looking up from a pile of bottles and glassware she was sorting. "Partly. It means they've sent us another post-mortem from upstairs." "What is it?" "I don't know. Man or monkey, it makes no difference. Whatever it is, it's Thurston's disease. Come along, you might as well see what goes on in our ultra-modern necropsy suite." "I'd like to." She put down the bottle she was holding and followed him to a green door at the rear of the laboratory. "Inside," Kramer said, "you will find a small anteroom, a shower, and a dressing room. Strip, shower, and put on a clean set of lab coveralls and slippers which you will find in the dressing room. You'll find surgical masks in the wall cabinet beside the lockers. Go through the door beyond the dressing room and wait for me there. I'll give you 10 minutes. "We do this both ways," Kramer said as he joined her in the narrow hall beyond the dressing room. "We'll reverse the process going out." "You certainly carry security to a maximum," she said through the mask that covered the lower part of her face. "You haven't seen anything yet," he said as he opened a door in the hall. "Note the positive air pressure," he said. "Theoretically, nothing can get in here except what we bring with us. And we try not to bring anything." He stood aside to show her the glassed-in cubicle overhanging a bare room dominated by a polished steel post-mortem table that glittered in the harsh fluorescent lighting. Above the table, a number of jointed rods and clamps hung from the ceiling. A low metal door and series of racks containing instruments and glassware were set into the opposite wall, together with the gaping circular orifice of an open autoclave. "We work by remote control, just like they do at the AEC. See those handlers?" He pointed to the control console set into a small stainless steel table, standing beside the sheet of glass at the far end of the cubicle. "They're connected to those gadgets up there." He indicated the jointed arms hanging over the autopsy table in the room beyond. "I could perform a major operation from here and never touch the patient. Using these, I can do anything I could do in person, with the difference that there's a 1/4 inch of glass between me and my work. I have controls that let me use magnifiers and even do microdissection if necessary." "Where's the cadaver?" Mary asked. "Across the room behind that door," he said, waving at the low sliding metal partition behind the table. "It's been prepped, decontaminated, and ready to go." "What happens when you're through?" "Watch." Dr. Kramer pressed a button on the console in front of him. A section of flooring slid aside and the table tipped. The cadaver slides off that table and through that hole. Down below is a highly efficient crematorium. Mary shivered. "Neat and effective," she said shakily. "After that, the whole room is sprayed with germicide and sterilized with live steam. The instruments go into the autoclave, and 30 minutes later we're ready for another post-mortem. We use the handlers to put specimens into those jars," he said, pointing to a row of capped glass jars of assorted sizes on a wall rack behind the table. "After they're capped, the jars go onto that carrier beside the table. From here they pass through a decontamination chamber and into the remote control laboratory across the hall, where we can run biochemical and histological techniques. Finished slides and mounted specimens then go through another decontamination process to the outside lab. Theoretically, this place is proof against anything." "It seems to be," Mary said, obviously impressed. "I've never seen anything so elegant." "Neither did I until Thurston's disease became a problem," Kramer shrugged as he sat down behind the controls. "Watch now," he said as he pressed a button. "Let's see what's on the deck. Man or monkey? Want to make a bet? I'll give you 2 to 1 it's a monkey." She shook her head. The low door slid aside, and a steel carriage emerged into the necropsy room, bearing the nude body of a man. The corpse gleamed pallidly under the harsh, shadowless glare of the fluorescents in the ceiling, as Kramer, using the handlers, rolled it onto the post-mortem table and clamped it in place on its back. He pushed another button, and the carriage moved back into the wall, and the steel door slid shut. "That'll be decontaminated," he said, and sent back upstairs for another body. "I'd have lost," he remarked idly. Lately the posts had been running 3-to-1 in favor of monkeys. He moved a handler and picked up a heavy scalpel from the instrument rack. "There's a certain advantage to this," he said as he moved the handler delicately. "These gadgets give a tremendous mechanical advantage. I can cut right through small bones and cartilage without using a saw." "How nice," Mary said. "I expect you enjoy yourself." "I couldn't ask for better equipment," he replied noncommittally. With deft motion of the handler, he drew the scalpel down across the chest and along the costal margins in the classic inverted Y incision. "We'll take a look at the thorax first," he said, as he used the handlers to pry open the rib cage and expose the thoracic viscera. "Ah, thought so. See that?" He pointed with a small handler that carried a probe. "Look at those lungs." He swung a viewer into place so Mary could see better. "Look at those abscesses and necrosis. It's Thurston's disease, all right, with secondary bacterial invasion." The grayish, solidified masses of tissue looked nothing like the normal pink appearance of healthy lungs. Studded with yellowish, spherical abscesses, they lay swollen and engorged within the gaping cavity of the chest. "You know the pathogenesis of Thurston's disease?" Kramer asked. Mary shook her head, her face yellowish white in the glare of the fluorescence. "It begins with a bronchial cough," Kramer said. "The virus attacks the bronchioles first, destroys them, and passes into the deeper tissues of the lungs. As with most virus diseases, there is a transitory leukopenia, a drop in the number of white blood cells, and a rise in temperature of about 2 or 3 degrees. As the virus attacks the alveolar structures, the temperature rises and the white blood cell count becomes elevated. The lungs become inflamed and painful. There is a considerable quantity of lymphoid exudate and pleural effusion. Secondary invaders and pus-forming bacteria follow the viral destruction of the lung tissue and form abscesses. Breathing becomes progressively more difficult as more lung tissue is destroyed. Hepatization and necrosis inactivate more lung tissue as the bacteria get in their dirty work, and finally the patient suffocates. But what if the bacteria are controlled by antibiotics? Then the virus does the job. It produces atelectasis, followed by progressive necrosis of lung tissue with gradual liquefaction of the parenchyma. It's slower but just as fatal. This fellow was lucky. He apparently stayed out of here until he was almost dead. Probably he's had the disease for about a week. If he had come in early, we could have kept him alive for maybe a month. The end, however, would have been the same," Mary said faintly. "You'll get used to it. We get 1 or 2 every day." He shrugged. "There's nothing here that's interesting," he said as he released the clamps and tilted the table. For what seemed to Mary an interminable time, the cadaver clung to the polished steel. Then abruptly it slid off the shining surface and disappeared through the square hole in the floor. "We'll clean up now," Kramer said as he placed the instruments in the autoclave, closed the door and locked it, and pressed 3 buttons on the console. From jets embedded in the walls, a fine spray filled the room with fog. "Germicide," Kramer said. "Later there'll be steam. That's all for now. Do you want to go?" Mary nodded. "If you feel a little rocky, there's a bottle of scotch in my desk. I'll split a drink with you when we get out of here." "Thanks," Mary said. "I think I could use one." "Barton, where's the McNeil stain?" Kramer's voice came from the lab. "I left it on the sink and it's gone." "It's with the other blood stains and reagents. Second drawer from the right in the big cabinet. There's a label on the drawer," Mary called from the office. "If you can wait until I finish filing these papers, I'll come in and help you." "I wish you would." Kramer's voice was faintly exasperated. "Ever since you've organized my lab, I can't find anything." You just have a disorderly mind, Mary said, as she slipped the last paper into its proper folder and closed the file. I'll be with you in a minute. I don't dare lose you, Kramer said as Mary came into the lab. You've made yourself indispensable. It'd take me 6 months to undo what you've done in 1. Not that I mind, he amended, but I was used to things the way they were. He looked around the orderly laboratory with a mixture of pride and annoyance. Things are so neat they're almost painful. You look more like a pathologist should, Mary said as she deftly removed the tray of blood slides from in front of him and began to run the stains. It's my job to keep you free to think. Whose brilliant idea is that? Yours? No, the director's. He told me what my duties were when I came here, and I think he's right. You should be using your brain rather than fooling around with blood stains and sectioning tissues. But I like to do things like that, Kramer protested. It's relaxing. What right have you to relax? Mary said. Outside, people are dying by the thousands, and you want to relax. Have you looked at the latest mortality reports? No. You should. The WHO estimates that nearly 2 billion people have died since Thurston's disease first appeared in epidemic proportions. That's 2 out of 3. And more are dying every day. Yet you want to relax. I know, Kramer said. But what can we do about it? We're working, but we're getting no results. You might use that brain of yours, Mary said bitterly. You're supposed to be a scientist. You have facts. Can't you put them together? I don't know, he shrugged. I've been working on this problem longer than you think. I come down here at night. I know I clean up after you. I haven't gotten anywhere. Sure, we can isolate the virus. It grows nicely on monkey lung cells. But that doesn't help. The thing has no apparent antigenicity. It parasitizes, but it doesn't trigger any immune reaction. We can kill it, but the strength of the germicide is too great for living tissue to tolerate. Some people seem to be immune. Sure they do, but why? Don't ask me. I'm not the scientist. Play like one, Kramer growled. Here are the facts. The disease attacks people of all races and ages. So far, everyone who is attacked dies. Adult Europeans and Americans appear to be somewhat more resistant than others on a population basis. Somewhere around 60% of them are still alive, but it's wiped out better than 80% of some groups. Children get it worse. Right now, I doubt if 1% of the children born during the past 10 years are still alive. It's awful, Mary said. It's worse than that. It's extinction. Without kids, the race will die out. Kramer rubbed his forehead. Have you any ideas? Children have less resistance, Kramer replied. An adult gets exposed to a number of diseases to which he builds an immunity. Possibly one of these has a cross immunity against Thurston's virus. Then why don't you work on that line? Mary asked. Just what do you think I've been doing? That idea was put out months ago, and everyone has been taking a crack at it. There are 24 laboratories working full-time on that facet, and God knows how many more working part-time like we are. I've screened a dozen common diseases, including 6 varieties of the common cold virus. All, incidentally, were negative. Well, are you going to keep on with it? I have to, Kramer rubbed his eyes. It won't let me sleep. I'm sure we're on the right track. Something an adult gets gives him resistance or immunity. He shrugged. Tell you what, you run those bloods out and I'll go take another look at the data. He reached into his lab coat and produced a pipe. I'll give it another try. Sometimes I wish you'd read without puffing on that thing, Mary said. Your delicate nose will be the death of me yet, Kramer said. It's my lungs I'm worried about, Mary said. They'll probably look like 2 pieces of well-tanned leather if I associate with you for another year. Stop complaining. You've gotten me to wear clean lab coats. Be satisfied with a limited victory, Kramer said absently, his eyes staring unseeingly at a row of reagent bottles on the bench. Abruptly he nodded. "Fantastic," he muttered. "But it's worth a check." He left the room, slamming the door behind him in his hurry. "That man," Mary murmured. "He'd drive a saint out of his mind. If I wasn't so fond of him, I'd quit. If anyone told me I'd fall in love with a pathologist, I'd have said they were crazy. I wish—" Whatever the wish was, it wasn't uttered. Mary gasped and coughed rackingly. Carefully, she moved back from the bench, opened a drawer, and found a thermometer. She put it in her mouth. Then she drew a drop of blood from her forefinger and filled a red and white cell pipette and made a smear of the remainder. She was interrupted by another spasm of coughing, but she waited until the paroxysm passed and went methodically back to her self-appointed task. She had done this many times before. It was routine procedure to check on anything that might be Thurston's disease. A cold, a sore throat, a slight difficulty in breathing, all demanded the diagnostic check. It was as much a habit as breathing. This was probably the result of that cold she'd gotten last week, but there was nothing like being sure. Now let's see. Temperature 99.5 degrees. Red cell count 4.5 million. White cell count, 2,500. Leukopenia. The differential showed a virtual absence of polymorphs, lymphocytes, and monocytes. The whole slide didn't have 200. Eosinophils and basophils way up, 20 and 15% respectively, a relative rise rather than an absolute one. Leukopenia, no doubt about it. She shrugged. There wasn't much question. She had Thurston's disease. It was the beginning stages, the harsh cough, the slight temperature, the leukopenia. Pretty soon her white cell count would begin to rise, but it would rise too late. In fact, it was already too late. It's funny, she thought. I'm going to die, but it doesn't frighten me. In fact, the only thing that bothers me is poor Walter is going to have a terrible time finding things. But I can't put this place the way it was. I couldn't hope to. She shook her head, slid gingerly off the lab stool, and went to the hall door. She'd better check in at the clinic, she thought. There was bed space in the hospital now, plenty of it. That hadn't been true a few months ago, but the only ones who were dying now were the newborn and an occasional adult like herself. The epidemic had died out, not because of lack of virulence, but because of lack of victims. The city outside, one of the first affected, now had less than 40% of its people left alive. It was a hollow shell of its former self. People walked its streets and went through the motions of life, but they were not really alive. The vital criteria were as necessary for a race as for an individual. Growth, reproduction, irritability, metabolism. Mary smiled wryly. Whoever had authored that hackneyed mnemonic that life was a grim proposition never knew how right he was, particularly when one of the criteria was missing. The race couldn't reproduce. That was the true horror of Thurston's disease. Not how it killed, but who it killed. No children played in the parks and playgrounds. The schools were empty. No babies were pushed in carriages or taken on tours through the supermarkets and shopping carts. No advertisements of motherhood or children's things were in the newspapers or magazines. They were forbidden subjects, too dangerously emotional to touch. Laughter and shrill young voices had vanished from the earth, to be replaced by the drab grayness of silence and waiting. Death had laid cold hands upon the hearts of mankind, and the survivors were frozen to numbness. It was odd, she thought, how wrong the prophets were. When Thurston's disease broke into the news, there were frightened predictions of the end of civilization. But they had not materialized. There were no mass insurrections, no rioting, no organized violence. Individual excesses, yes, but nothing of a group nature. What little panic there was at the beginning disappeared once people realized that there was no place to go. and a grim passivity had settled upon the survivors. Civilization did not break down. It endured. The mechanics remained intact. People had to do something, even if it was only routine counterfeit of normal. The stiff upper lip in the face of disaster. It would have been far more odd, Mary decided, if mankind had given way to panic. Humanity had survived other plagues nearly as terrible as this, and racial memory is long. The same grim patience of the past was here in the present. Man would somehow survive, and civilization go on. It was inconceivable that mankind would become extinct. The whole vast resources and pooled intelligence of surviving humanity were focused upon Thurston's disease, and the disease would yield. Humanity waited with childlike confidence for the miracle that would save it. And the miracle would happen. Mary knew it with a calm certainty as she stood in the cross corridor at the end of the hall, looking down the 30 yards of tile that separated her from the elevator that would carry her up to the clinic and oblivion. It might be too late for her, but not for the race. Nature had tried unaided to destroy man before, and had failed. And her unholy alliance with man's genius would also fail. She wondered as she walked down the corridor if others who had sickened and died felt as she did. She speculated with grim amusement whether Walter Kramer would be as impersonal as he was with the others when he performed the post-mortem on her body. She shivered at the thought of that bare, sterile room and the shining table. Death was not a pretty thing, but she could meet it with resignation, if not with courage. She had already seen too much of it for it to have any meaning. She did not falter as she placed a finger on the elevator button. Poor Walter, she sighed. Sometimes it was harder to be among the living. It was good that she didn't let him know how she felt. She had sensed a change in him recently. His friendly impersonality had become merely friendly. It could, with a little encouragement, have developed into something else, but it wouldn't now. She sighed again. His hardness had been a tower of strength, and his bitter gallows humor had furnished a wry relief to grim reality. It had been nice to work with him. She wondered if he would miss her. Her lips curled in a faint smile. He would, if only for the trouble he would have in making chaos out of the order she had created. Why couldn't that elevator hurry? "Mary, where are you going?" Kramer's voice was in her ears, and his hand was on her shoulder. "Don't touch me." "Why not?" His voice was curiously different, younger, excited. "I have Thurston's disease," she said. He didn't let go. "Are you sure?" The presumptive tests were positive. "Initial stages?" She nodded. "I had the first coughing attack a few minutes ago." He pulled her away from the elevator door that suddenly slid open. "You were going to that death trap upstairs," he said. "Where else can I go?" "With me," he said. "I think I can help you." "How? Have you found a cure for the virus?" "I think so. At least it's a better possibility than the things they're using up there." His voice was urgent. "And to think I might never have seen it if you hadn't put me on the track. Are you sure you're right?" "Not absolutely, but the facts fit. The theory's good." "Then I'm going to the clinic. I can't risk infecting you. I'm a carrier now. I can kill you, and you're too important to die." "You don't know how wrong you are," Kramer said. "Let go of me." "No, you're coming back." She twisted in his grasp. "Let me go," she sobbed, and broke into a fit of coughing worse than before. "What I was trying to say," Dr. Kramer said into the silence that followed, "is that if you have Thurston's disease, you've been a carrier for at least 2 weeks. If I'm going to get it, your going away can't help. And if I'm not, I'm not. Do you come willingly, or shall I knock you unconscious and drag you back?" Kramer asked. She looked at his face. It was grimmer than she had ever seen it before. Numbly, she let him lead her back to the laboratory. "But Walter, I can't. That's 60 in the last 10 hours," she protested. Take it, he said grimly. Then take another, and inhale. Deeply. But they make me dizzy. Better dizzy than dead. And by the way, how's your chest? Better. There's no pain now, but the cough is worse. It should be. Why? You've never smoked enough to get cigarette cough, he said. She shook her head dizzily. You're so right, she said. And that's what nearly killed you, he finished triumphantly. Are you sure? I'm certain. Naturally, I can't prove it, yet, but that's just a matter of time. Your response just about clinches it. Take a look at the records. Who gets this disease? Youngsters. With nearly 100% morbidity and 100% mortality. Adults, less than 50% morbidity, and again 100% mortality. What makes the other 50% immune? Your crack about leather lungs started me thinking. So I fed the data cards into the computer and keyed them for smoking versus incidence, and I found that not one heavy smoker had died of Thurston's disease. Light smokers and non-smokers, plenty of them, but not one single nicotine addict. And there were over 10,000 randomized cards in that spot check. And there's the exact reverse of that classic experiment that lung cancer boys used to sell their case. Among certain religious groups which prohibit smoking, there was nearly 100% mortality of all ages. And so I thought, since the disease was just starting in you, perhaps I could stop it if I loaded you with tobacco smoke. And it works. You're not certain yet, Mary said. I might not have had the disease. You had the symptoms, and there's virus in your sputum. Yes, but nothing. I've passed the word, and the boys in the other labs figure there's merit in it. We're going to call it Barton's therapy in your honor. It's going to cause a minor social revolution. A lot of laws are going to have to be rewritten. I can see where it's going to be illegal for children not to smoke. Funny, isn't it? I've contacted the maternity ward. They have 3 babies still alive upstairs. We get all the newborn in this town. Or didn't you know? Funny, isn't it, how we still try to reproduce? They're rigging a smoke chamber for the kids. The head nurse is screaming like a wounded tiger, but she'll feel better with live babies to care for. The only bad thing I can see is that it may cut down on her chain smoking. She's been worried a lot about infant mortality. And speaking of nurseries, that reminds me, I wanted to ask you something. Yes? Will you marry me? I've wanted to ask you before, but I didn't dare. Now I think you owe me something, your life, and I'd like to take care of it from now on. Of course I will, Mary said, and I have reasons too. If I marry you, you can't possibly do that silly thing you plan. What thing? Naming the treatment Barton's. It'll have to be Kramer's. The End. End of Pandemic by Jesse Franklin Bone.
The Perfectionists by Arnold Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, March 2009. The Perfectionists by Arnold Castle. Is there something wrong with you? Do you fail to fit in with your group? Nervous, anxious, ill at ease? Happy about it? Lucky you! Frank Pembroke sat behind the desk of his shabby little office over Lamarck's Liquors in downtown Los Angeles and waited for his first customer. He had been in business for a week and as yet had had no callers. Therefore it was with a mingled sense of excitement and satisfaction that he greeted the tall, dark, smooth-faced figure that came up the stairs and into the office shortly before noon. "Good day, sir," said Pembroke with an amiable smile. "I see my advertisement has interested you. Please stand in that corner for just a moment." Opening the desk drawer, which was almost empty, Pembroke removed an automatic pistol fitted with a silencer. Pointing it at the amazed customer, he He fired 4 .22 caliber longs into the narrow chest. Then he made a telephone call and sat down to wait. He wondered how long it would be before his next client would arrive. The series of events leading up to Pembroke's present occupation had commenced on a dismal, overcast evening in the South Pacific a year earlier. Bound for Sydney, 2 days out of Valparaiso, the Colombian tramp steamer Elena Mia had encountered a dense greenish fog which seemed vaguely redolent of citrus trees. Standing on the forward deck, Pembroke was one of the first to perceive the peculiar odor and to spot the immense gray hulk wallowing in the murky distance. Then the explosion had come, from far below the water line, and the decks were awash with frantic crewmen, officers, and the handful of passengers. Only 2 lifeboats were launched before the Elena Mia went down. Pembroke was in the second. The roar of the sinking ship was the last thing he heard for some time. Pembroke came as close to being a professional adventurer as one can in these days of regimented travel, organized peril, and political restriction. He had made for himself a substantial fortune through speculation in a great variety of properties, real and otherwise. Life had given him much and demanded little, which was perhaps the reason for his restiveness. Loyalty to person or to people was a trait Pembroke had never recognized in himself, nor had it ever been expected of him, and yet he greatly envied those staunch patriots and lovers who could find it in themselves to elevate the glory and safety of others above that of themselves. Lacking such loyalties, Pembroke adapted quickly to the situation in which he found himself when he regained consciousness. He awoke in a small room in what appeared to be a typical modern American hotel. The wallet in his pocket contained exactly what it should, approximately $300. His next thought was of food. He left the room and descended via the elevator to the restaurant. Here he observed that it was early afternoon. Ordering a full dinner, for he was unusually hungry, he began to study the others in the restaurant. Many of the faces seemed familiar, the crew of the ship probably. He also recognized several of the passengers. However, he made no attempt to speak to them. After his meal he bought a good Corona and went for a walk. His situation could have been any small Western American seacoast city. He heard the hiss of the ocean in the direction the afternoon sun was taking. In his full-gaited walk he was soon approaching the beach. On the sand he saw a number of sunbathers. One in particular, an attractive woman of about 30, tossed back her long chestnut locks and gazed up intently at Pembroke as he passed. Seldom had he enjoyed so ingenuous an invitation. He halted and stared down at her for a few moments. "Are you looking for someone?" she inquired. "Much of the time," said the man. "Could it be me?" "It could be." "Yet you seem unsure," she said. Pembroke smiled uneasily. There was something not entirely normal about her conversation, though the rest of her compensated for that. "Tell me what's wrong with me," she went on urgently. "I'm not good enough, am I? I mean, there's something wrong with the way I look or act, isn't there? Please help me, please." "You're not casual enough, for one thing," said Pembroke, deciding to play along with her for the moment. "You're too tense. Also, you're a bit knock-kneed. Not that it matters. Is that what you wanted to hear?" Yes. I mean, I suppose so. I can try to be more casual, but I don't know what to do about my knees," she said wistfully, staring across at the smooth tan limbs. "Do you think I'm okay otherwise? I mean, as a whole I'm not so bad, am I? Oh, please tell me." "How about talking it over at supper tonight?" Pembroke proposed. "Maybe with less distraction I'll have a better picture of you, as a whole." "Oh, that's very generous of you," the woman told him. She scribbled a name and an address on a small piece of paper and handed it to him. "Any time after 6," she said. Pembroke left the beach and walked through several small specialty shops. He tried to get the woman off his mind, but the oddness of her conversation continued to bother him. She was right about being different, but it was her concern about being different that made her so. How to explain that to her? Then he saw the weird little glass statuette among the usual bric-a-brac. It rather resembled a ground-hog, had 7 fingers on each of its 6 limbs, and smiled up at him as he stared. "Can I help you, sir?" a middle-aged saleswoman inquired. "Oh, good heavens! What is that thing doing here?" Pembroke watched with lifted eyebrows as the clerk whisked the bizarre statuette underneath the counter. "What the hell was that?" Pembroke demanded. "Oh, you know, or don't you? Oh, my!" she concluded. "Are you one of the strangers?" "And if I were?" "Well, I'd certainly appreciate it if you'd tell me how I walk." She came around in front of the counter and strutted back and forth a few times. "They tell me I lean too far forward," she confided, "but I should think you'd fall down if you didn't." "Don't try to go so fast and you won't fall down," suggested Pembroke. "You're in too much of a hurry. Also, those fake flowers on your blouse make you look frumpy." "Well, I'm supposed to look frumpy," the woman retorted. "That's the type of person I am. But you can look frumpy and still walk natural, can't you? Everyone says you can." "Well, they've got a point," said Pembroke. "Incidentally, just where are we, anyway? What city is this?" "Puerto Pacifico," she told him. "Isn't that a lovely name? It means peaceful port, in Spanish." That was fine. At least he now knew where he was. But as he left the shop he began checking off every West Coast state, city, town, and inlet. None, to the best of his knowledge, was called Puerto Pacifico. He headed for the nearest service station and asked for a map. The attendant gave him one which showed the city, but nothing beyond. "Which way is it to San Francisco?" asked Pembroke. "That all depends on where you are," the boy returned. "Okay, then where am I?" "Pardon me, there's a customer," the boy said. "This is Puerto Pacifico." Pembroke watched him hurry off to service a car with a sense of having been given the runaround. To his surprise, the boy came back a few minutes later after servicing the automobile. "Say, I've just figured out who you are," the youngster told him. "I'd sure appreciate it if you'd give me a little help on my lingo. Also, you gas up the car first, then try to sell 'em the oil, right?" "Right," said Pembroke wearily. "What's wrong with your lingo, other than the fact that it's not colloquial enough?" "Not enough slang, huh? Well, I guess I'll have to concentrate on that. How about the smile?" "Perfect," Pembroke told him. "Yeah?" said the boy delightedly. "Say, come back again, huh? I sure appreciate the help. Keep the map." "Thanks. One more thing," Pembroke said. "What's over that way, outside the city?" "Sand." "How about that way?" he asked, pointing north. "And that way," pointing south. "More of the same." "Any railroads?" "That we ain't got." "Buses, airlines?" The kid shook his head. "Some city." "Yeah, it's kind of isolated. A lot of ships dock here, though." "All cargo ships, I'll bet. No passengers," said Pembroke. "Right," said the attendant, giving with his perfect smile. "No getting out of here, is there?" "That's for sure," the boy said, walking away to wait on another customer. "If you don't like the place, you've had it." Pembroke returned to the hotel. Going to the bar, he recognized one of the Elena Mia's paying passengers. He was a short, rectangular little man in his 50s, named Spencer. He sat in a booth with 3 young women, all lovely, all effusive. The topic of the conversation turned out to be precisely what Pembroke had predicted. "Well, Louisa, I'd say your only fault is the way you keep wiggling your shoulders up and down. Why'n't you try holding them straight?" "I thought it made me look sexy." the redhead said petulantly.
Just be yourself, gal, Spencer drawled, jabbing her intimately with a fat elbow, and you'll qualify.
Me, the blonde with a feather cut was insisting. What is wrong with me?
You're perfect, sweetheart, he told her, taking her hand.
Aw, come on, she pleaded. Everyone tells me I chew gum with my mouth open. Don't you hate that?
Naw, that's part of your charm, Spencer assured her.
How about me, sugar? Asked the girl with the coal-black hair.
Ah, you're perfect, too. You are all perfect. I've never seen such a collection of dolls as parade around this here city. Come on, kids, how about another round?
But the dolls had apparently lost interest in him. They got up one by one and walked out of the bar. Pembroke took his rum and tonic and moved over to Spencer's booth.
Okay if I join you? Sure, said the fat man. Wonder what the hell got into those babes?
You said they were perfect. They know they're not. You've got to be rough with them in this town, said Pembroke. That's all they want from us.
Mister, you've been doing some thinking, I can see, said Spencer, peering at him suspiciously. Maybe you figured out where we are.
Your bet's as good as mine, said Pembroke. It's not Wellington, and it's not Brisbane, and it's not Long Beach, and it's not Tahiti. There are a lot of places it's not, but where the hell it is, you tell me. And by the way, he added, I hope you like it in Puerto Pacifico, because there isn't any place to go from here, and there isn't any way to get there if there were.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but I'm Joe Valencia, manager of the hotel. I would be very grateful if you would give me a few minutes of honest criticism. Ah, no, not you too, groaned Spencer. Look, Joe, what's the gag? You are newcomers, Mr. Spencer, Valencia explained. You are therefore in an excellent position to point out our faults as you see them. Well, so what? Demanded Spencer. I've got more important things to do than to worry about your troubles. You look okay to me.
Mr. Valencia, said Pembroke, I've noticed that you walk with a very slight limp. If you had a bad leg, I should think you would do better to develop a more pronounced limp. Otherwise, you may appear to be self-conscious about it. Spencer opened his mouth to protest, but saw with amazement that it was exactly this that Valencia was seeking. Pembroke was amused at his companion's reaction, but observed that Spencer still failed to see the point. Also, there is a certain effeminateness in the way in which you speak, said Pembroke. Try to be a little more direct, a little more brusque. Speak in a monotone. It will make you more acceptable. Thank you very much, said the manager. There is much food for thought in what you have said, Mr. Pembroke. However, Mr. Spencer, your value has failed to prove itself. You have only yourself to blame. Cooperation is all we require of you. Valencia left. Spencer ordered another martini. Neither he nor Pembroke spoke for several minutes. Somebody's crazy around here, the fat man muttered after a few minutes. Is it me, Frank? No, you just don't belong here, in this particular place, said Pembroke thoughtfully. You're the wrong type. But they couldn't know that ahead of time. The way they operate, it's a pretty hit-or-miss operation. But they don't care one bit about us, Spencer. Consider the men who went down with the ship. That was just part of the game. What the hell are you saying? Asked Spencer in disbelief. You figure they sunk the ship? Valencia and the waitress and 3 babes? Ah, come on. It's what you think that will determine what you do, Spencer. I suggest you change your attitude. Play along with them for a few days till the picture becomes a little clearer to you. We'll talk about it again then. Pembroke rose and started out of the bar. A policeman entered and walked directly to Spencer's table. Loitering at the jukebox, Pembroke overheard the conversation. You Spencer? That's right, said the fat man sullenly. What don't you like about me? The truth, buddy. Aw, hell. Nothing's wrong with you at all, and nothing'll make me say there is.
said Spencer. "You're the guy, all right. Too bad, Mac," said the cop. Pembroke heard the shots as he strolled casually out into the brightness of the hotel lobby. While he waited for the elevator, he saw them carrying the body into the street. How many others, he wondered, had gone out on their backs during their first day in Puerto Pacifico? Pembroke shaved, showered, and put on his new suit and shirt he had bought. Then he took Mary Ann, the woman he had met on the beach, out to dinner. She would look magnificent even when fully clothed, he decided, and the pale chartreuse gown she wore hardly placed her in that category. Her conversation seemed considerably more normal after the other denizens of Puerto Pacifico Pembroke had listened to that afternoon. After eating they danced for an hour, had a few more drinks, then went to Pembroke's room. He still knew nothing about her and had almost exhausted his critical capabilities, but not once had she become annoyed with him. She seemed to devour every factual point of imperfection about herself that Pembroke brought to her attention, and, fantastically enough, she actually appeared to have overcome every little imperfection he had been able to communicate to her. It was in the privacy of his room that Pembroke became aware of just how perfect physically Mary Ann was. Too perfect. No freckles or moles anywhere on the visible surface of her brown skin, which was more than a mere sampling. Furthermore, her face and body were meticulously symmetrical, and she seemed to be wholly ambidextrous. "With so many beautiful women in Puerto Pacifico," said Pembroke probingly, "I find it hard to understand why there are so few children." "Yes, children are decorative, aren't they?" said Mary Ann. "I do wish there were more of them." "Why not have a couple of your own?" he asked. "Oh, they're only given to maternal types. I'd never get one. Anyway, I won't ever marry," she said. "I'm the paramour type." It was obvious that the liquor had been having some effect. Either that or she had a basic flaw of loquacity that no one else had discovered. Pembroke decided he would have to cover his tracks carefully. "What type am I?" he asked. "Silly, you're real. You're not a type at all." "Mary Ann, I love you very much," Pembroke murmured, gambling everything on this one throw. "When you go to Earth I'll miss you terribly." "Oh, but you'll be dead by then," she pouted. "So I mustn't fall in love with you. I don't want to be miserable." "If I pretended I was one of you, if I left on the boat with you, they'd let me go to Earth with you, wouldn't they?" "Oh, yes, I'm sure they would." "Mary Ann, you have two other flaws I feel I should mention." "Yes? Please tell me." "In the first place," said Pembroke, "you should be willing to fall in love with me even if I will eventually make you unhappy. How can you be the paramour type if you refuse to fall in love foolishly? And when you have fallen in love, you should be very loyal." "I'll try," she said unsurely. "What else?" "The other thing is that, as my mistress, you must never mention me to anyone. It would place me in great danger." "I'll never tell anyone anything about you," she promised. "Now try to love me," Pembroke said, drawing her into his arms and kissing with little pleasure the smooth, warm perfection of her tanned cheeks. "Love me, my sweet, beautiful, affectionate Mary Ann, my paramour." Making love to Mary Ann was something short of ecstasy, not for any obvious reason, but because of subtle little factors that make a woman a woman. Mary Ann had no pulse. Mary Ann did not perspire. Mary Ann did not fatigue gradually, but all at once. Mary Ann breathed regularly under all circumstances. Mary Ann talked and talked and talked. But then Mary Ann was not a human being. When she left the hotel at midnight, Pembroke was quite sure that she understood his plan and that she was irrevocably in love with him. Tomorrow might bring his death, but it might also ensure his escape. After 42 years of searching for a passion, for a cause, for a loyalty, Frank Pembroke had at last found his. Earth and the human race that peopled it. And Mary Ann would help him to save it.
The next morning Pembroke talked to Valencia about hunting. He said that he planned to go shooting out on the desert which surrounded the city. Valencia told him that there were no living creatures anywhere but in the city. Pembroke said he was going out anyway. He picked up Mary Ann at her apartment, and together they went to a sporting goods store. As he guessed, there was a goodly selection of firearms, despite the fact that there was nothing to hunt and only a single target range within the city. Everything, of course, had to be just like Earth. That, after all, was the purpose of Puerto Pacifico. By noon they had rented a jeep and were well away from the city. Pembroke and Mary Ann took turns firing at the paper targets they had purchased. At twilight they headed back to the city. On the outskirts, where the sand and soil were mixed and no footprints would be left, Pembroke hopped off. Mary Ann would go straight to the police and report that Pembroke had attacked her and that she had shot him. If necessary, she would conduct the authorities to the place where they had been target shooting, but would be unable to locate the spot where she had buried the body. Why had she buried it? Because at first she was not going to report the incident. She was frightened. It was not airtight, but there would possibly be no further investigation, and they certainly would not prosecute Mary Ann for killing an Earthman. Now Pembroke had himself to worry about. The first step was to enter smoothly into the new life he had planned. It wouldn't be so comfortable as the previous one, but should be considerably safer. He headed slowly for the old part of town, aging his clothes against buildings and fences as he walked. He had already torn the collar of the shirt and discarded his belt. By morning his beard would grow to blacken his face, and he would look weary and hungry and aimless. Only the last would be a deception. 2 weeks later Pembroke phoned Mary Ann. The police had accepted her story without even checking. And when would she be seeing him again? He had aroused her passion, and no amount of long-distance love would requite it. Soon, he assured her, soon. "Because, after all, you do owe me something," she added. And that was bad, because it sounded as if she had been giving some womanly thought to the situation. A little more of that, and she might go to the police again, this time for vengeance. Twice during his wanderings Pembroke had seen the corpses of Earthmen being carted out of buildings. They had to be Earthmen because they bled. Mary Ann had admitted that she did not. There would be very few Earthmen left in Puerto Pacifico, and it would be simple enough to locate him if he were reported as being on the loose. There was no out but to do away with Mary Ann. Pembroke headed for the beach. He knew she invariably went there in the afternoon. He loitered around the stalls where hot dogs and soft drinks were sold, leaning against a post in the hot sun, hat pulled down over his forehead. Then he noticed that people all about him were talking excitedly. They were discussing a ship. It was leaving that afternoon. Anyone who could pass the interview would be sent to Earth. Pembroke had visited the docks every day, without being able to learn when the great exodus would take place. Yet he was certain the first lap would be by water rather than by spaceship, since no one he had talked to in the city had ever heard of spaceships. In fact, they knew very little about their masters. Now the ship had arrived and was to leave shortly. If there was any but the most superficial examination, Pembroke would no doubt be discovered and exterminated. But since no one seemed concerned about anything but his own speech and behavior, he assumed that they had all qualified in every other respect. The reason for transporting Earth people to this planet was, of course, to apply a corrective to any of the Pacifico's aberrant mannerisms or articulation. This was the polishing up phase. Pembroke began hobbling toward the docks. Almost at once he found himself face to face with Mary Ann. She smiled happily when she recognized him. That was a good thing. "It is a sign of poor breeding to smile at tramps," Pembroke admonished her in a whisper. "Walk on ahead." She obeyed. He followed. The crowd grew thicker. They neared the docks, and Pembroke saw that there were now set up on the roped-off wharves small interviewing booths. When it was their turn, he and Mary Ann each went into separate ones. Pembroke found himself alone in the little room. Then he saw that there was another entity in his presence confined beneath a glass dome. It looked rather like a ground hog, and had 7 fingers on each of its 6 limbs. But it was larger and hairier than the glass one he had seen at the gift store. With 4 of its limbs it tapped on an intricate keyboard in front of it. "What is your name?" inquired a metallic voice from a speaker on the wall. "I'm Jerry Newton. Got no middle name," Pembroke said in a surly voice. "Occupation?" "I work a lot of trades. Fisherman, fruit picker, fightin' range fires, vineyards, car washer, anything, you name it. Been out of work for a long time now, though, going on 5 months. These here are hard times, no matter what they say." "What do you think of the Chinese situation?" the voice inquired. "Which situation's that?" "Where's Seattle?" "Seattle? State of Washington." And so it went for about 5 minutes. Then he was told he was qualified as a satisfactory surrogate for a mid-20th century American male, itinerant type. "You understand your mission, Newton?" the voice asked. "You are to establish yourself on Earth. In time you will receive instructions. Then you will attack. You will not see us, your masters, again until the atmosphere has been sufficiently chlorinated. In the meantime, serve us well." He stumbled out toward the docks, then looked about for Mary Ann. He saw her at last behind the ropes, her lovely face in tears. Then she saw him, waving frantically. She called his name several times. Pembroke mingled with the crowd moving toward the ship, ignoring her. But still the woman persisted in her shouting. Sidling up to a well-dressed man about town type, Pembroke winked at him and snickered. "You Frank?" he asked. "Hell, no. But some poor punk's sure red in the face, I'll bet," the man about town said with a chuckle. "Those high-strung paramour types always raising a ruckus. They never do pass the interview. Don't know why they even make 'em." Suddenly Mary Ann was quiet. "Ambulance squad," Pembroke's companion explained. "They'll take her off to the buggy house for a few days and bring her out fresh and ignorant as the day she was assembled. Don't know why they keep making 'em, as I say, but I guess there's call for that type up there on Earth." "Yeah, I reckon there is at that," said Pembroke, snickering as he moved away from the other. "And why not? Hey, why not?" Pembroke went right on hating himself, however, till the night he was deposited in a field outside of Ensenada, broke but happy, with 2 other itinerant types. They separated in San Diego, and it was not long before Pembroke was explaining to the police how he had drifted far from the scene of the sinking of the Elena Mia on a piece of wreckage, and he was picked up by a Chilean trawler; how he had then made his way, with much suffering, up the coast to California. 2 days later, his identity established and his circumstances again solvent, he was headed for Los Angeles to begin his Save Earth campaign. Now seated at his battered desk in the shabby rented office over Lamarck's Liquors, Pembroke gazed without emotion at the 2 demolished Pacificos that lay sprawled one atop the other in the corner. His watch said 1:15. The man from the FBI should arrive soon. There were footsteps on the stairs for the 3rd time that day. Not the brisk, efficient steps of a federal official, but the hesitant, self-conscious steps of a junior clerk type. Pembroke rose as the young man appeared at the door. His face was smooth, unpimpled, clean-shaven, without sweat, on a warm summer afternoon. "Are you Dr. Von Schubert?" the newcomer asked, peering into the room. "You see, I've got a problem." The 4 shots from Pembroke's pistol solved his problem effectively. Pembroke tossed his 3rd victim onto the pile, then opened a can of lager, quaffing it appreciatively. Seating himself once more, he leaned back in the chair, both feet upon the desk. He would be out of business soon, once the FBI agent had got there. Pembroke was only in it to get the proof he would need to convince people of the truth of his tale. But in the meantime he allowed himself to admire the clipping of the newspaper ad he had run in all the Los Angeles papers for the past week. The little ad that had saved mankind from God knew what insidious menace. It read:
Are you imperfect? Let Dr. von Schubert point out your flaws. It is his goal to make you the average for your type. Fee $3.75. Money back if not satisfied. End of The Perfectionists by Arnold Castle.
Reluctant Genius by Henry Sleesar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Reluctant Genius by Henry Sleesar. It is said that life crawled up from the slime of the sea bottoms and became man because of inherent greatness bred into him before the dawn of time. But perhaps this urge was not as formless as we think. Buos was chastising Laloi as they sped through the ionosphere of the green planet. But like the airy creature she was, Laloi ignored the criticism and rippled zephyr-like through a clump of daffodils when they completed their descent. So pretty, she sighed. She flung her incorporeal substance around each flower, absorbing their unified beauty of scent, sight, and feel. Buos shrilled himself into a column of wind and expressed his displeasure at her attitude. "Stupid, silly, shallow thing," he said. "If the others only knew how you behaved." "And you'll be glad to tell them, of course," she said, extending her fingers of air into the roots of the wind-bent grass. She rolled across the hill ecstatically, and Buos followed in grumbling billows of energy. "I don't carry tales," he replied, somewhat mortified. "But we're here as observers, and you insist upon making this world a plaything." "I love it," she said happily. "It's so warm and green." Buos whipped in front of her angrily. "This is an assignment," he snapped, his emotion crackling the air about him. "We have a purpose here." "Purpose," she groaned, settling over a patch of crowded clover. "How many centuries will this assignment last?" "This world is young," said Buos. "It will take time." "But how long?" she asked mournfully. "Our world will be shriveled and dead before these people have the knowledge to rescue us. Why can't we spend our lives here?" "And leave the others behind?" said Buos stiffly. "Selfish being," he said sadly. "This world cannot support 1/4 our number." "Oh, I know, Laloi said. "I do not mean to say such things. I am twisted by my sorrow." As if to express her self-abnegation, she corkscrewed out of the clover and into a thin spiral of near nothingness. "Settle down, foolish one," said Buos, not unkindly. "I know your feelings. Do you think I am not tormented as well by the slow pace of these Earth things? Crude, barbaric beings, like children with the building blocks of science. They have such a long way to go." "And so few know," said Laloi despairingly. "A handful of seeing minds, tens of millions of ignorant ones. Not even first principles. They're stupid, stupid." "But they will learn," Buos said stubbornly. "That is historical fact. Some day they will know the true meaning of matter and light and energy. Slowly, yes, slowly. But in terms of their growth it will seem like great speed to them." "And in terms of our world," said Laloi, spinning sadly over the ground, "they may be far too late." "No." In his excitement Buos forgot himself and entwined with the flowing form of the she creature, and the result was a rending of the air that cracked like heat lightning over the field. "No," he repeated again. "They must not be too late. They must learn. They must build from the very ground, and then they must fly, and then their eyes must be lifted to the stars, and desire must extend them to all the universe." "It seems so hopeless." "It cannot be. Our destiny is not extinction. They must come to us in fleets of silver and replant our soil and send towers of green shooting into our sky, breathing out air." "Yes, yes," Laloi cried pitifully. "It will be that way, Buos. It will be that way. That man creature, we will begin with him." Buos floated earthward disconsolately. "He is a dreamer," he said cheerlessly. "His mind is good. He thinks of tomorrow. He is one of the knowing ones. But he cannot be moved, Laloi. His thoughts may fester and die in the prison of his brain." "No, they will not. We have watched him. He understands much. He will help us." "I have seen his like before," said Buos helplessly. He thinks and he works, and his conclusions will die stillborn for lack of a moving force. Then let us provide it, Buos. Let us move him. With what? Said the other disdainfully. Arms of nothing, hands of vacuum, a breeze against his cheek, a rustle of leaves, a meaningless whistle in his ear. Let us try. Let us try. This empty watchfulness is destroying us. Let us move him, Buos. Come. Faster than the sky-sweeping clouds they flew over the gently swelling hills, over the yearning branches of the trees, over the calm blue waters of the lakes. Swifter than the flight of birds they came, searching for a thinking mind. They found him at last. He knows, said Laloi. Only now to say, this is so because, and this must happen when. Only to think, to understand. They hovered over his head in a pandemonium of helplessness. They whirled and tumbled and shrilly circled. And then to Laloi the inspiration came. The apple, caught by a sudden gust of wind, twisted from the tenuous hold of the tree and fell to the ground. The man, startled, picked it up. He gazed at it, deep in thought. End of Reluctant Genius by Henry Sleesar. Tight Squeeze by Dean Ing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Tight Squeeze by Dean Ing. He knew the theory of repairing the gizmo all right. He had that nicely taped. But there was the little matter of threading a wire through a too small hole while under 0G and working in a spacesuit. McNamara ambled across the loading ramp, savoring the dry, dusty air that smelled unmistakably of spaceship. He half-consciously separated the odors. The sweet, volatile scent of fuel, the sharp aroma of lingering exhaust gases from early morning test firing. The delicate odor of silicon plastic which was being stowed as a payload. He shielded his eyes against the sun, watching as men struggled with the last plastic girders to be strapped down, high above the dazzling ground of white sands. The slender cargo doors stood open around Valier's girth, awaiting his own personal okay. This flight would be the fourth for Major Edward McNamara. As he neared the great squatting shock absorbers, he could feel the tension begin to knot his stomach. He had, of course, been overwhelmed by the opportunity to participate in Operation Donut. The fact that he had been one of the best mechanical engineers in the Air Force never occurred to him at the time. He was a pilot, and a good one, but he had languished as CO of a maintenance squadron for nearly 2 years before he was given another crack at glory. Now he wasn't at all sure he was happy with the transition. They needed master mechanics for Operation Donut, but he felt they should be left on the ground when the towering supply rockets lifted. He stopped, leaning against the scaffolding as he saw a familiar figure turn toward him. He cupped his hands before his face. "Hey, douse that butt, can't you?" "Oh, Mac." The commanding voice trailed off in a chuckle. Better to clown his way through the inspection, McNamara thought, than to let Ruiz notice his nervousness. The co-pilot, Ruiz, walked towards him, still smiling. "One of these days, boy, you gonna go too far. Thought you were a real 18-carat saboteur." He clapped McNamara on the shoulder and gazed aloft. "Good day for it. No weather, no hangover, no nothing." "Yeah, you know, Johnny, I've been thinking about a modification for our breathing oxy." He sniffed appreciatively. "What's that?" "Put a little dust in it, a few smells. That stuff we breathe is just too sanitary." "I know what you mean. I sure begin to crave this filthy, germ-filled air after a few hours out here." They both smiled at the thought, then turned to the business at hand. "By the way, Johnny, what are you doing out so early? Didn't expect to see you cabbies before 10." "I don't know," the bronzed Ruiz replied. "Went to bed early, woke up at 6 and couldn't drop off again, and here I am. Carl ought to be along around 9:30. Thought I'd help you pre-flight if you want me to." "Sure." He wanted nothing of the sort, but had the tact not to say so. Edward McNamara was as familiar with the Valier as he was with the tip of his nose. He had been on the scene when Dan Burke test hopped the third stage, had made improvements and rerouting jobs, and had memorized every serial number of every bearing that went into Valier. As flight engineer, he was supposed to. With Johnny Ruiz helping a little and hindering a little, he finished his tour of the cargo sections and grinned his approval to a muscular loading technician. "They can button her up, Sergeant. I couldn't do a better job myself." It was a compliment of the highest order, and they both knew it. Riding the tiny lift down to ground level, McNamara stopped them every 10 feet or so to circle the catwalks. He noticed Ruiz's impatience about halfway down. "No hurry, Johnny. I don't want another Wild on our hands." He knew he shouldn't have said it, but it slipped out anyway. Everyone tried to forget the Wild disaster, particularly the flight personnel. The Wild, one of the first ships to be built, had made only 2 orbits before being destroyed. Observers stated that a cargo hatch had somehow swung open when the Wild was only 1,000 feet in the air. At any rate, the pilot reported damage to one second stage fin and tried to brake his way down. The Wild settled beautifully, tilted, then fell headlong. The resultant explosion caused such destruction that, had there not been a number of men in orbit and waiting for supplies, the project might have been halted temporarily. It was generally conceded that a more thorough pre-flight could have prevented the Wild's immolation. Ruiz was noticeably quieter during the remainder of the inspection. The external check completed, McNamara strapped a small flashlight to his wrist and began the internal inspection, jokingly called the autopsy. An hour and over 150 feet later, McNamara wheezed as he swung over the bulkhead at the base of Valier's third and top stage. His aching limbs persuaded him to take a breather. After all, his complete inspection of the day before really made a final pre-flight unnecessary, and passing near the frigid oxygen tanks was a day's work in itself. He listened to the innumerable noises around and below him. The clicks and hums near him meant that Ruiz, having given up following him, was checking out the flight controls, with power on only in the top stage. From below came a vibrational rushing noise, nearly subsonic, which told him of the fueling operation. He thought of the electrical relays governing the fuel input and shuddered. He violently disliked the idea of having hot wires near fuel of any kind, and rocket fuel in particular. McNamara swept his light over his wristwatch. 15 after. Logan should be along soon, he thought, and hastened to finish checking the conduits, servos, pumps, and hydraulic actuators below the cabin level. This done, he crawled up the final ladder to the cabin, or dome. "Well," cried a cheerful voice, "if it isn't our grimy Irishman!" McNamara shook the sweat from his brow and muttered, "Irishman, is it? How about Logan? That's a good Scandinavian name." "How about Logan? He's great as usual. Just look at me, Mac. What a specimen!" Logan, the inevitable optimist, bounced out of his acceleration couch and spread his arms wide as if to show the world what a superman he, Carl Logan, was. The gesture and its intimations made McNamara smile. Logan wasn't much over 5 feet tall, and his flight suit made him look like a bald pussycat. His small physique covered a fantastic set of reflexes, however, and Logan's sense of humor was a quality of utmost importance. He hadn't an enemy in the world. His enemy was out of this world by definition. Logan wanted to conquer space, and so far was doing just that. Okay, laugh. Just remember this, Gargantua. I may not be tall, but I sure am skinny." McNamara smiled again, nodding agreement. "Well, don't everybody talk at once. How is she, Mac?" "With luck," answered McNamara, "we might get 10 feet off the turf." He paused for effect. "Seriously, Carl, she never looked better. You could take her up right now. Say, where's Johnny? I thought you'd just be checking into the medics. Looks like everybody's early today." "He's probably over in some corner making out his will. He was down below a while ago with a face a mile long." Probably, thought Mac, he's still thinking about the Wild. Why did I have to bring that up? Aloud, he said, "I ought to check the ground crew. Did you bring the forms?" "Nope, just my magnificent self. If anything had gone astray, they'd have told you." "All the same, I think I'll go down and question the troops. Don't leave without me." He clambered out onto the catwalk, leaving the airlock open. The sun was riding higher every minute. In a little over an hour, he'd be 1,000 miles away. Vertically. The knot in his stomach began to form again. He wasn't scared exactly. He kept telling himself excited was a nicer word. The inspection forms signed, Mac held a short interrogation with the crew chief. The grizzled lieutenant, commissioned because of his long experience and responsibilities, gave Valier a clean bill of health. Each engine of the booster stage had been fired separately before dawn. A cubic foot of mercury seemed to roll from Mac's shoulders as he saw Logan and Ruiz lounging at the bottom of the lift. There wasn't anything to worry about. He recalled feeling the tension before the other 3 flights, then chided himself. Yeah, scaredy cat. Well, why not? It's a hell of a risk every time you make a shot, in spite of all the propaganda. Hooey, if you didn't know everything's okay, you wouldn't be getting ready to make the shot. Yeah, but you still never can tell. He stopped his inward battle and forced some spring into his step as he moved towards Logan and Ruiz. I've tried my best to abort this big bug, but I can't find anything amiss. That's Granny McNamara for you, jibed Logan, always trying to find fault. He winked at Ruiz and rubbed his hands together. Well, tennis, anyone? Mac knew without asking that Logan, for all his apparent indifference, had painstakingly gone over every phase of the flight, checking distribution, radar, final instructions from operations, weather, et al. Ruiz, as usual, watched and took notes as Logan gathered data. At minus 15 minutes, the trio was in the dome, checking personal equipment, while outside the scaffolding ponderously slid away, section by section. There was little time for soliloquies of to go or not to go. Within the quarter hour, Captain Ruiz and Majors McNamara and Logan would be in readiness for the final countdown. With the emergency bailout equipment checked, the men busied themselves on another continuity test of the myriad circuits spread like a human neural system throughout the ship. All relays, servo systems, and instrument leads were in perfect condition, as expected, and the trio was settled comfortably in acceleration couches, with minutes to spare. Logan contacted ground control a few seconds after the minus 3 minute signal, informing all and sundry that Gridley could fire when ready. McNamara sighed, thinking that if Logan's humor wasn't exactly original, it was surely tenacious. The ship was brought to dim half-life at minus 1 minute by Logan's agile fingers, and as the final countdown rasped in his headset, Mac felt his innards wrestle among themselves. Valier bellowed her enthusiasm suddenly, lifting her 8,000-odd tons from the ground almost instantly. Inside her, occupants grimaced helplessly as they watched various instruments guide tiny pointers across calibrated faces. Mac's throat mike threatened to crush his Adam's apple, weighing 5 times its usual few ounces. Of his senses, sound was the one that dominated him. An intolerable, continuous explosion from the motors racked his mind like tidal waves of formic acid. He forced himself to overcome the numbness which his brain cast up to defend itself. Then, as quickly as it had begun, Valier fell deafeningly silent. That meant Mach 1 was past. It was an eternity before Stage 1 separated. The loss of the empty hulk was hardly felt as Valier streaked high over the Texas border. Ruiz, watching the radar scope, saw Lubbock slide into focus miles below. Next stop, Fort Worth, he thought. I used to drive that in 5 hours. The jagged line of the caprock told him they were well on their way to Fort Worth already. The altimeter showed slightly over 42 miles when Stage 2 detached itself. Logan, in constant contact with White Sands, was informed that they were tracking perfectly as Valier arrowed over central Texas towards rendezvous at the Donut. The exhausted lower stages were forgotten now. Only the second stage was of any concern anyway. The radar boys tracked it all the way down, ready to detonate it high in the air if its huge chutes wafted it near any inhabited community. The motors of Stage 3 blasted for a carefully calculated few seconds, then cut out automatically. With the destitution of his weight, Mac felt his spirits soar also. They were almost in orbit now, climbing at a slight angle with a velocity sufficient to carry them around the Earth forever, a streamlined, tiny satellite. After the first few moments of disorientation, rocket crews found that a weightless condition gave them ambiguously a buoyant feeling. Only the Donut crew had really adapted to this condition, living as they did without the effects of gravity for hours at a time every day. The temporary housing was rotated for comfort of the crews during rest periods, but while moving the plates and girders of the giant donut into place, they had no such luxuries. For these men, weightlessness became an integral part of their activities. But the rocket crews were subjected to this phenomenon only during the few hours needed to rendezvous, unload the cargo, and coast back after another initial period of acceleration. Hence, Mac felt a strange elation when he tapped his fingers on the arm of his couch and saw his arm float upward, due to reaction from the tap. Against all regulations, Logan unstrapped himself and motioned his comrades to do the same. This unorthodox seventh inning stretch was prohibited because it left the pilot's armrest controls without an operator, hence could prove disastrous if, through some malfunction, the ship should veer off course. The autopilot functioned perfectly, however, and Logan trusted it to the point of insouciance. The three men lounged in midair, grinning foolishly as they swam about the tiny cabin. No more satisfying stretch was ever enjoyed. A few minutes of this was enough. Ruiz was the first to gingerly pull himself into his couch, and his companions followed. Not a word had passed between them, since they were at all times in contact with monitor stations spaced across the world below. The first time they had enjoyed this irregular horseplay on the second trip, Logan had made the mistake of saying, "Race you to the airlock," and was hard put to explain those words. Nor could Logan switch to intercom only, since a sudden radio silence would create anxiety below. Only their heavy breathing would indicate unusual activity to Earthside. They were nearing the intercept point, 1,000 miles above the Atlantic, when they realized their predicament. "I'm in a fix, Carl," said Ruiz, meaning that he had tentatively fixed a position of intercept. "Correct our elevation. We're 0.9 degrees high." "Righto. Correction in 5 seconds from my mark." Mark. For slight corrections in the flight path, small steering motors were utilized. These motors were located near the rear lip of Valier's conical cargo section on retractable booms. Extension of the motors with no resultant air friction gave a longer pivot arm and consequently better efficiency. Mac pressed the aux steer stud, and immediately 3 amber lights winked on in their respective instrument consoles. Carl Logan fired the 12 o'clock motor briefly, only it didn't fire. The change in momentum wouldn't be much in any case, but it was always perceptible by feel and by instrument. There was no change. Logan tried the firing circuit again and again. Still Valier streaked along, now miles above the intended point of intercept. By this time the embryo space station was quite near, sailing along in the scope beneath them. It slowly moved toward the top of the scope, passing Valier in its slightly higher relative velocity. "We've got troubles, Mac. Find 'em." Logan had finally lost the devil-may-care attitude, but that fact was small consolation to McNamara. "Keep your mitts off those firing studs, Carl," he growled, unstrapping himself quickly. The malfunction was definitely in the auxiliary motor setup, he thought. A common trouble? It wouldn't pay to find out. If the other motors fired, it would only throw them farther off, of course. If worst came to worst, they could roll Valier over and use the 6 o'clock auxiliary. There was a small arc through which the motors could turn on their mounts. But the trouble was unknown, and they might end up rifling or pinwheeling if they didn't let bad enough alone. During his mental troubleshooting, Mac was busily worming his bulk into a balloonish-looking suit identical to those worn by the Donuts construction crew. Ruiz gave him some aid, helping him thrust his arms past the spring-folded elbow joints. For some reason the legs gave less trouble. Within a few fumbling moments he was ready for work. He glanced at Logan through his visor, feeling a vicious pleasure over the beads of sweat on Logan's forehead. Time he sweated a little, thought the mechanic. A final check of his headset followed, after which Mac oozed into the Lilliputian airlock at the bottom, now rear wall of the cabin. He nodded to Ruiz, who secured the airlock, then adjusted his suit control to force a little pressure into his suit. Gradually the suit became livable. Then he cracked the other airlock valve and allowed pressure to leak out around him. His suit puffed out with soft popping noises, and Mac heard the last vestiges of air hiss out of the chamber. He found the hatchway too tight for comfort, and had a moment of fear when his tool pack caught in the orifice, wedging him neatly. He could hear Logan and Ruiz through his earphones, explaining their plight to ground control. They wanted to know why in blue blazes Valier hadn't contacted the Donut when it came within range, and Logan had no defense save preoccupation with his own plight. Belatedly, Ruiz made radio contact with the Donut, which was still well within range. All this time, Mac busied himself with his inspection light, tracing the electrical leads to the small turbine-operated auxiliary motor fuel pumps. "Mac?" Logan's voice startled him. Can you brace yourself? I'm going to try to match velocities with the donut. We won't take over 1G for a few seconds." "Wait a minute." He looked wildly about him. Valier hadn't been built with a view toward stowaways, and every cubic inch of space was crammed with something except for the passageways with its ladder leading up from the main motor section. Well, if it wasn't over a G, he could hang on to the ladder. Suit weighs another 50 pounds, though. My weight plus 50, he thought. "Give me a chance to get set," he said aloud. He hooked one bulbous leg over a ladder rung and braced the other against a lower rung, hugging the ladder with both arms. "Any time you say, but kill it if you hear me holler." "Then 5 seconds from my mark." "Mark." Mac tightened his grip and then sagged backward as the main motors fired. The vibrations shook him slightly but deeply as he fought to keep his hold. He felt his back creak and pop with the sudden surge of weight. Then the motors shut off, and Mac skidded several feet up the ladder. No matter how fast a man's reactions were, they couldn't be applied quickly enough to keep him from starting an involuntary leap after bracing against a suddenly removed gravity load. "All over, Mac. You okay?" "Guess so, but I feel like a ping pong ball. How we sittin'?" "Just fine," Ruiz cut in. "Find anything?" "Not yet." Mac started his search anew. Everything seemed in perfect order up to the turbine pumps. Then he feared the trouble was near the little motors. That was tough, really tough. With the motors retracted, it was next to impossible to get to them past their hydraulically operated booms and actuators. Extended, he'd have to go outside. He cringed from the thought, although he knew that there was little to fear if he linked himself to the ship. He peered along the beam of light, searching for some telltale discoloration in wiring or a gleaming icy patch which would indicate a fuel leak. "Might be the firing plugs," he muttered. "Let's hope not. Where are you, Mac? Maybe you better give us a blow-by-blow." Logan sounded worried. "Good idea. Right now I'm at the 9 o'clock actuator. Nothing so far." He looked around himself, forgetting for the moment how he was supposed to get past the equipment to the other auxiliary motor stations. "Johnny," he said slowly, "I think you'd best break out the tapes. Auxiliary motor system. You'll find them under power plant." Months before, McNamara had made a complete set of tape recordings of his own voice, recorded as he made a thorough-going rundown of every system and its components. This was a personal innovation which his fellow flight engineers considered folly. Extra weight, they scoffed, undue complication. Mac nodded and went on with his impromptu speech-making. A professional psychiatrist might have said correctly that Mac felt an unconscious need for supervision, a forgivable deficiency dating back to his cadet days. Mac simply claimed that the best of men could forget or omit when alone with a few $1,000,000 worth of Uncle's equipment. This way he could remind himself of each step to be taken ahead of time in his own way. The co-pilot rushed to comply. Mac, waiting, suddenly remembered how to get past his obstacle. Internal braces which helped keep the tanks rigidly in place on Earth were of little use while in free-loading or gravity-less state. The braces were removable, and Mac had loosened a single wing nut to let the brace swing loose when he heard Johnny Ruiz's answer. "Ready with your tape, Mac. Where shall I start it?" "Run it through till you get to a blank spot, then another, then stop it." He was certain he didn't really need the tape, but it was a maintenance aid and he was determined to use it. He heard a click, then a hum, as the recorder was jacked into his headset circuit. Immediately a familiar voice began a slow dissertation on power leads from the dome, speeding up in the space of a second or two to a high-pitched alien gibberish, then to a faint scream. He began squirming around the turbine tanks, got past the first brace and turned to attach it again. Of course it wasn't necessary, but "play it safe" was embroidered on his brain by years of maintenance experience. Back in his old maintenance squadron he'd been called the Old Lady instead of the Old Man, due to his insistence on precautions. Ruiz slowed the tape suddenly on cue, and Mac heard himself saying, "Brace back in its slot and pin it. Be careful of those linkages on the turbine pumps. Now crawl around to the next brace and unpin it." Pause, scraping noises, and a muttered oath. "Pin sticks, but it won't without a load on it." It didn't. He worked slower than he had on the ground, fumbling with the heavy gloves and cursing mightily. His voice rambled on, warning him of obstacles and reminding him about minor points that could give trouble. He listened carefully, discarding each suggestion. Floating near the 12 o'clock auxiliary, Mac peered at each tubing connection, tugging and twisting. "Wait a minute," he said. His light flashed out at the motor, riding perched on its swivel. limned against cold, hard points of light that were the stars. His heart gave a bound. "I think I found it." His other voice droned on morbidly. "Turn that thing off a minute, Johnny. Listen, there's a lead to the 12 o'clock fuel valve solenoid that looks like, yes, I'm sure of it. It's pulled away from a bracket and looks like it might be charred." Mac twisted around to view the wiring better. "Can you fix it?" "Oh, sure, if that's all there is wrong. But I'd rather do the work with the motors retracted. Tell you what, retract them about 45 degrees when I give the word." Mac judged the distance the booms would cover during semi-retraction, and half floated, half crawled out of the way. He found himself breathing heavily, despite the freeload conditions. His suit was simply too cumbersome. The thought came to him that he didn't even know how long he'd been out of the dome. His breathing oxygen gauge showed half empty, so he must have been on the job for around a half hour. He rationed his supply a bit, hoping he could finish the job without a refill. "Okay, Johnny, you can run the tape again, and retract the motors while you're at it." He heard the tape start again on its course, watching the booms. They leapt inward then, and Mac felt a crushing blow across his back. He shook his head groggily and yelled. He tried to scramble from his place between motor and turbine fuel lines without success. He was trapped like a wild animal by the heavy actuator which had swung past his head. He heard himself say, "And be sure to stay clear of the actuator. It swings through a 90-degree arc when it's operated." "Oh, shut up. I know it. I just judged it wrong." The tape moved on unperturbably, reminding him to inspect the actuator bearings and extension rods. "Mac," came Logan's voice, "you might try to hurry it. If you can't get it fixed in an hour or two, we'll have to try rolling Valier down to the donut. But it's up to you, fella. Take your time." "Well, you might just help me a little bit by raising this hydraulic unit off of my shoulders. Luckily, it didn't squash me." The actuator stayed where it was. "Johnny, Carl, do you read me?" No answer. Obviously, the actuator had smashed his transmitter, but left the receiver section intact. Then all he could hope for would be a suspicion from one of the others that all was not well. If they asked him any questions and he failed to reply, they'd figure something was wrong. Well, he couldn't count on that. He struggled with his vulcanized suit, trying to squeeze from under the actuator. If I'd had them retracted completely, he thought, I'd be a dead man. It was a tight squeeze, but he inched his way out of the trap by using every ounce of strength at his command. If his suit tore, he'd know it in a hurry. Gasping for breath, Mac drew himself into a crouch and regarded the offending wire. His flashlight still operated, and he could see the heavy insulation which had been scraped away. No charring. Then it must have been the extension rods that had scissored through the insulation. The wire hung together by a thread, the strands of metal severed completely. He groped for his toolkit, trying to ignore the voice in his headset. "Well, that takes care of the actuators. Now for these dinky motors. The swivel mounts have to work without any lubricant, so look for indications of wear and—" Mac cursed under his breath. He sounded so cocksure, so all-knowing. He felt like beating himself, his earlier self, who had blithely toured the Valier, trailing the microphone wires without any real premonition of trouble. It always happens to the other guy. Not this time, chum, he reminded himself. The gloves were systematically foiling his attempts to withdraw the coil of wire at his side. The toolkit was the ultimate in maintenance work, compact and complete, with extension handles for the cutters and wrenches. Everything was there, but practically impossible to use. His fingers finally closed over the wire. He jerked it out, and with it the splice tool. The little pliers caroomed from the brace above him and sailed out towards the motor beyond the ship. He watched, horrified, as the tool slowly cartwheeled away into space. "All right," he muttered. "Scratch one splice tool. It was also my only pair of pliers, but I'll manage." He knew he could use the wire cutters in a pinch. "In a pinch," he repeated. "Oh, that's a hot one. That's about all that's happened this trip so far. Pinch me. Pinch the wiring. What a pinch." Holding the roll of wire tightly in one hand, he grasped the cutters and pulled them from the kit with utmost care. He unrolled a foot-long section of wire and clipped it off, laying his flashlight in the toolkit so that it would shine out in front of him. He managed to attach the tiny splice lugs by pinching them with the cutters, then moved cautiously to the wire which still drooped from the jumble of machinery. Drooped wasn't precisely the word. Actually, the wire had been bent into its position and stayed that way. As the harried major reached for the brace on which the wire had been bracketed, his toolkit vomited flashlight, wrenches, and screwdrivers, leaving him in total darkness. His cursing was regular now, monotonous and uninspired. There was another pencil light in the kit, snapped tightly to the case, and Mac reached for the whole business. The spare light was a maintenance problem in itself. Question: how to retrieve a fountain pen-sized object when it's held by a small snap and the retriever is encumbered by 3 pairs of Arctic mittens? Mac saw his errant flashlight out of the corner of his eye. Its beam fastened on a collapsed screwdriver while both swam sluggishly toward the inspection ladder. He located the pencil light and jerked it loose, holding the short wire and cutters in his other hand. This, Mac knew, was the crucial point. If he could splice the wire hanging in front of him, Valier would once more be in perfect shape. He would have welcomed an extra hand or two as he straddled a brace and shoved the tiny flash between his headpiece and shoulder fabric. The wire should be stripped, he knew, but he hadn't the tools. They were scarcely 10 feet from him, but could have rested atop the Kremlin for all the good they did him. He got most of the strands of one end of wire shoved into a splice lug and called it good enough. It was like trying to thread a needle whose eye was deeper than it was wide, while in a diving suit, using the business end of a paintbrush to start the thread. He withdrew one hand and searched the kit for friction tape. It might be mentioned that an insulating tape which would be adhesive at -200°C, yet kept its properties at +1000, was the near culmination of chemical science. Silicon plastic research provided the adhesive, an inert gum which changed almost none through a fantastic range of temperatures and pressures. The tape Mac used to ensure his connection had an asbestos base, with adhesive gum insinuated into the tape. He wrapped the wire tightly, then bound it to the brace. He noticed his visor fogging up and felt a faint, dizzy, giddy sensation. Anoxemia. He let the tape drift as he reached for his regulator dial. What a fool he was, he thought, to starve his lungs. He turned the dial to emergency maximum and gulped precious liters of oxygen-helium mixture. The gauge showed a store of the gas which might possibly be enough to last him, if nothing else went wrong, perhaps 10 minutes. The pencil flash mercifully still rested in a fold of his shoulder joint fabric. The insulation tape floated near his waist. He grabbed it and stowed it between his knee and the brace, then reached once again for the wiring. This time the splice went on without a hitch. He pinched the splice lug and taped the whole works feverishly. It was done. He had won. The trip back should take only a couple of minutes. Replacing the wire cutters in his kit, he held the pencil flash before him and started retracing his route. He passed the 12 o'clock brace, pinned it in place again, and saw one of his tools floating to the right of his head. He gathered it in and swept his tiny flash around in search of other jetsam from his toolkit. He collected a wrench and the skittish flashlight, started toward the last brace between him and the ladder, and felt his legs go limp. He wasn't particularly alarmed about it. His arms and vision failed him too, but his brain hadn't enough incoming oxygen to care much one way or the other. The few remaining feet seemed to lengthen into a sewer-like passageway, then vanished, as did all else, as his perceptions died. McNamara was not the sort to wonder about heaven or hell when he first awoke. He saw a faintly rounded ceiling, a soft yellow tint accentuating its featurelessness. "How the devil—" he began. His voice failed him. "Hi, Mac." Logan's beaming face loomed over him. "You rugged character, you. Cold as a pickle an hour ago, and already you're asking silly questions." He held up his hand as Mac started to speak. "I hear you thinking. How the devil did I get here, and where is here? In reverse order. This is the most comfortable berth in the Doughnuts facilities, and you got here courtesy of one Johnny Ruiz. Myself, I wouldn't have taken the trouble." Mac grinned back at his pilot and cleared his throat. "Well, where is he? I want to shake his hand or give him half my kingdom or something. You know Johnny, the shy type. He'll be along after a while. You know, I think he kind of likes you. When you quit transmitting out there, Johnny was like a cat on a hot skillet. Finally decided to go back and have a look for himself. But I told him you probably had a hot game of solitaire going. Anyway, he went back and found you asleep on the job, and lost a good 10 pounds getting your fat carcass through the airlock. That was a job that must have taxed both Ruiz and Logan, but Mac held his silence. And that was about the size of it. Valier's parked outside with some of the boys good as ever. Come on, we'll sop up some coffee." Mac swung himself up to a sitting position and realized dizzily that he was mother naked. His ribs felt pulverized. "You guys sure mauled me up," he said accusingly. "Unavoidable, my dear grease monkey. You needed a little artificial respiration. I never was too good at that." Well, whoever did the job rates a prize of some sort, Mac answered, but my ribs tell me he had more enthusiasm than practice. Logan smiled his old familiar smile, relieved to find his engineer in joking spirits. The credit again goes to Johnny, but, he added, try not to be too hard on him. Try giving artificial respiration to a big lump like yourself sometime without any gravity. Mac digested this tidbit as he pulled on a fresh pair of coveralls. Okay, he said, standing on the Fomex floor. How did he do it? Strapped you into your couch face down and locked his legs around it. I didn't dare apply any G's. Come on, he finished. You've managed to upset every timetable in the project. Johnny's shaking like a leaf, or was when I left him. A bulb of coffee will do us both a world of good. I'm sold, Mac grunted, zipping up a flight boot. But there's something I'd like to do first chance I get. Which is? Which is jettison every last strip of tape I have in Valier. I tell you, Logan, he went on as they entered the recreation bar, you'll never know how degrading it is to hear useless, insipid information offered to you when you're in a tight spot, knowing full well the voice is your own. End of Tight Squeeze by Dean Ing.
We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betsy Bush, March 2009. We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. After all, they only borrowed it a little while, just to fix it. I mean, it wasn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things like, but gee, we put everything back like we found it, pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using, and I traded my outboard motor for my father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know, Skinny. Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius. But shucks, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship. Everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber that Mr. Fields, let us use didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it. And Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it. And he said go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it was a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there. But it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there, like the radar he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awful smart, Skinny is. But he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny 'cause he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinky Brinker started it. He's always riding Skinny about one thing or another, but Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up a bunch of 9th graders, well, a couple of them anyway. They were saying... Well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo, I guess, because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up. And I told him that Skinny had told me that there wouldn't be any rockets, and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said, well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I? All right, anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible. And Stinky said sure he could. And Skinny said sure he could. And Stinky said sure he could. Like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? I mean, it sounds like two people agreeing, only Stinky keeps going sure, like that, you know. And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He's had to take remedial arithmetic ever since. No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works. Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did he get what uranium? Gee, no. We couldn't afford uranium, so Skinny invented a hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and... Deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each, and it cost $1.50 for the special tube that Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around. Like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from. And then a lot of the stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we made into spacesuits and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about old man Brinker's compressor that Stinky said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for, and had to trade back. And that's how we knew about Mr. Fields's old compression chamber, and all like that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everyone knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship. And believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us. And I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity and the special tube for the radar and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmets kid stuff. He was always saying things like, say hello to the folks on Mars for me, and bring back a bottle of Canal No. 5 and all that like, you know. Course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and Dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for a half hour. Then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, farewell, O brave pioneers, and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there laughing and singing something like Up in the Air, Junior Birdmen, and when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know. So Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared that he'd crack a porthole or something, so he threw the switch and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me take a lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond. and she made me take a lunch and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone. And I sure didn't. But we did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite on radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine, too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antennas sticking out. Course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day, the Russians started squawking about a capitalist plot, and someone had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd miss just one? So I got worried that they'd find out that we took it. Course, I didn't need to worry because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. And then when we landed, there were hundreds of people standing round. And Mr. Anderson from the State Department. I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he ever heard. I guess it is when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering, a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less, but we got it going in the wrong direction. End of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Quinkendall.